3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin!
I stand sentinel. Now, die. Will be preserved. So be it. Exquisitely done.
This talent is my gift, champion.
As the balance decrees. Heroes, gather tribute under my favor. I stand sentinel. Returning to town. To the hall. Whatever it is.
Oh no! We should defend here!
The bane is coming. You deserve this talent.
Decrees. I grow tired of your petty squabbling. Gather tribute. Earn my favor.
We should defend forts and bad people!
Forward.
What are you doing? Do not let our forts fall.
So that's what death feels like. I miss it already.
Gather tribute or face my curse. The choice is simple.
Within this place, you will be made silent.
I grant you a talent.
We have done well here.
Defend fort from bad people.
Unto darkness. As the balance increases.
And so the wicked burn. Let no corruption take root.
And I'm not even a Nephilim.
Double kill.
You did good job. I like it.
Shall we see who gathers enough tribute this time?
You will be made silent. We have done well here. Forward. Unto darkness. Do not fear death.
Fort destroyed. You may select a talent.
Ever onward.
My curse upon you.
Celebration is in order. There's your name.
And so the curse ends. Its value, yes?
You serve me well.
Close enough.
Our defenses are faltering.
Friends, help me.
You may select a talent.
Is at my command.
A triple kill. Impressive.
And I'm not even a Nephilim.
Gather tribute or face my curse. The choice is simple.
So that's what death feels like.
I grow tired of your petty squabbling.
I sense
Gather tribute. Earn my favor.
We have done well.
Guilty.
Never doubt my skill.
Their king lies in ruins. You deserve this talent. Keep destroyed. Well done, champion. The Scarlet Crusade will not be struck down so easily. Victory!
MVP. Epic.
It is time.
Heathens are at our gates. Ready yourself, my champion.
Ever on.
You ready to bust a few heads?
Never doubt my skill.
The Inquisition begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Unleash the Scarlet Flame!
Our ally needs help.
The familiar scent of death. No abyss has no soul.
You a talent.
As it must be. As the balance decrees. We have done well here.
Ready yourselves. We must claim them first.
I sense within this place. Celebration is in order.
Finally, the altars are ready. Capture them, heroes, and be quick about it.
Magic.
Yes, heroes. Activate the towers.
All that bluster. And for what? Be gone from my domain.
Show the Raven Lord the extent of my power.
I deem your task unfinished, Crusader. This talent is my gift, champion.
Ever onward.
Just rise again, heroes. Dragons do.
All towers. Fire. The great cycle of being begins anew. A worthwhile pursuit. Go into the black night.
Don't let them destroy our fort.
Their defenses crumble before you.
Celebration is in order. You're a clever...
An altar.
sense death within this place. We made
The champion has fallen. They shall pay for this treachery.
Capture the altars, and we shall deal the Raven Lord a grievous blow.
Look out! The great cycle of being begins anew.
This realm is mine. Gravekeeper.
Getting into position.
Tragul's blade. We have done well here. Now this arrows you. The journey begins.
They've destroyed one of our fortifications.
The altars arise.
I grant you a talent.
As the balance decrees,
Yes, bring their forts to ruin.
celebration is in order. I sense within this place.
Very claimed. Those the Raven Lord suffer.
Protect the VIP.
Let their fortifications fall.
We have taken a
Is in
tower.
order.
Fort lost. sacrifices must be made for victory.
We have done well here.
Infidel slain.
That's enough out of you.
Well struck.
I'm returning to town.
Oh, you will make them suffer for defacing my force.
Soon, the altars will be ours. Our tower has fallen.
A worthwhile pursuit.
You may select a pattern.
Go! Do not let the altars fall into the Raven Lord's talons!
Celebration is in
If you learn your lesson, this time. Meet your doom, Gravekeeper. All towers. Fire.
Fort destroyed.
We have done well.
We have secured a tower.
Reinforcements inbound.
You will arise in time, my champion.
Heroes, I have opened a tunnel near our core that leads to the battleground center. Use it well.
Oh, my heroes shall have this gift as well.
Do not let them take our towers.
So that's what death feels like. I miss it already.
Yes, let the altars rise!
You will arise in time, my champion.
Be careful, we've lost a tower. Yes, my grip upon this realm tightens. And so they return. Capture the altars quickly, heroes.
Be gone from my domain. Now.
You will rise again, champion. I swear it.
MVP.
It is time. It is time.
Hi everybody, welcome to our Monday TNT. Bit of an odd setup today down the back of the house because I couldn't get my Mac started, which is set up at the front of the house. It's turned into an expensive piece of aluminium, given that I just cannot get it started today. And I'm sure all of you will be giving me lots of suggestions, but nothing will wake it up. So I think there's a problem with the power supply or something. I'll head down to Phuket over the next couple of days. Luckily, I've got a Mac Mini, so I'm able to re-plug everything in, and hopefully we can at least bring you the program today. But you don't want to hear about that. You want the news. And of course, there's big news surrounding what's happening in Gaza. Let's go to Reuters. And Reuters reports that Gaza Strip suffers deadliest day in 15 years after Hamas attack. Now, we're not going to be covering the news about that attack extensively, but we will be covering a Thai perspective on that attack. There's plenty of great news sources that you could find out the latest in that conflict if you go to your favourite international news source. But let's get the general perspective on what's been happening. The Gaza Strip has suffered its deadliest day in 15 years in the wake of an unprecedented attack by Hamas on Israel, to which Israel responded with airstrikes that killed nearly 300 Palestinians in 24 hours, this according to Palestinian officials. And Israel's main military spokesman called the attack by Hamas fighters, who killed at least 700 Israelis and abducted dozens, as the worst massacre on innocent civilians in Israel's history, and the response has been correspondingly harsh. The health ministry in the Hamas-controlled Gaza Strip has reported 370 Palestinians killed so far and another 2,200 wounded and nearly 300 killed on Saturday, the largest number of Palestinians killed in Gaza by Israel attacks in a single day since 2008. So just a very general overview, and as I said, you can get all the latest news on your favourite international news source. But let's check the Thai perspective, and excellent coverage done by nationthailand.com. Thai workers in Israel held hostage, one possibly injured. And a Thai worker in Mishmeret, an agricultural community in central Israel, may have been injured while a Thai couple is being detained by Palestinian militants. This according to the Thai Foreign Ministry. And currently there are about 5,000 Thai nationals residing in the area near the Gaza Strip. And the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister have told the embassy to take care of Thai nationals and closely monitor the situation. And down the bottom of that article, there are two phone numbers that people can contact. One is the Thai Embassy in Israel, and the other one the Operations Centre for the Protection and Welfare of Thai Nationals Abroad, that being a local number. So people can use those numbers if they need to. And the next story from Nation Thailand is Thai Air Force puts 6 planes on standby as it awaits reopening of Israeli airspace. The Royal Thai Air Force Chief has held an urgent meeting with senior officers yesterday to prepare for the evacuation of Thai workers stranded in Israel after the Hamas attack on Saturday. And at the end of the meeting, the Air Force Chief ordered 5 C-130 military transport planes and an Airbus 340 passenger plane to be placed on standby to evacuate Thai workers once Israel opens its airspace. And the chief has instructed all officials that the evacuation operations must be safe for both civilians and troops. Obviously a lot of uncertainty in the airspace above Israel and the Gaza Strip at the moment, so I think they'll be waiting until there's more security on the airspace so they can evacuate any Thais. And band of security placed around embassies and diplomats in Bangkok, so some local perspective now. And the Deputy National Police Chief has stepped up security at the Israeli embassy in Bangkok following the Hamas attack on Saturday. And further down there, Surachat Hakpan, who oversees security affairs, says he's instructed police to deploy frequent patrol cars to check security around the embassy. and both the Metropolitan Police Bureau and the Special Branch Police have been instructed to jointly tighten security around other embassies and residences of concerned diplomats as well as their places of worship. And Surichat said he's also instructed the Immigration Bureau to tighten the screening of countries engaged in conflicts in the Middle East. So that was some of the Thai response over the past few days. Let's just get the latest from this morning's Bangkok Post. And 2 Thais killed, 8 injured, 11 kidnapped in Hamas attack on Israel. 2 Thais are now known to have died during the Hamas attacks on Israel on Saturday. The Prime Minister said he received a report from the Thai ambassador to Tel Aviv that one more Thai national had perished in the conflict, raising the toll to 2. The Foreign Affairs Minister said 8 Thai people were injured and 11 Thais were captured. Well, that's the latest from a Thai perspective on that particular story. If there's any major milestones, we'll bring out some breaking videos during the day. Thanks for dropping in on our Monday TNT, coming to you from my beach house on the coast at Phangar. And an odd news story that came from an international source over the weekend, news.com.au, which is a Murdoch publication in Australia. Terrifying moment as a crazed Russian Australian is hogtied on a packed flight after allegedly stabbing a passenger with a metal fork. The first question there is, what are metal forks doing on passenger planes these days? I haven't seen a metal fork on a flight for a long time. But a Russian-Australian airline passenger was hogtied on video after allegedly repeatedly stabbing the man seated next to him with a metal fork. And fellow travellers on the Russian flight from Bangkok to Moscow found themselves thrust into a terrifying ordeal as they took turns guarding the individual allegedly responsible for the gruesome attack. The incident unfolded 2 hours after takeoff from Bangkok when the 35-year-old Alexei Fursov, a dual Russian and Australian citizen, allegedly went on a frenzied rampage. And eyewitnesses aboard the flight alleged that Fursov, during the meal service, unexpectedly grabbed the fork and stabbed his fellow passenger, identified as Andrei, multiple times in the chest, shoulder and back. And Fursov reportedly gloated about his alleged attack, saying one hit 4 holes, in reference to each jab he made with the fork. Again, when was the last time you saw a metal fork on an aeroplane, especially in economy? And passengers were left in shock as they learned that Fursov had not only used a fork but also allegedly had a concealed knife and sharp scissors within his reach. So questions there to the Bangkok airport where he boarded his flight. Hello, security. The man was then led to the back row of the economy class section where his legs were bound and he was instructed to hop down the aisle of the Boeing 777. One female passenger shared a conversation with Fursov where he revealed that he had a wife and son in Australia and had not returned to Russia for 4 years. Fursov tried to explain his violent outburst to the crew, stating he thought the passenger next to him was going to bite him. And the victim received immediate first aid from the crew, and upon arrival in Moscow, Fursov was detained by Russian authorities. So what a horrifying ordeal that would have been for everybody on that flight, and best wishes to Andrei as he recovers from his injuries. But questions need to be asked as to how a knife and scissors also made their way onto that particular flight. Moving on to our next story now, and from ThaiPBSWorld.com, former Thai ambassador to Denmark found dead in his house. And a former Thai ambassador to Denmark was found dead at his house in a high-end housing estate in Bangkok's Chatuchak district yesterday. And apparently construction workers found him in a 3-storey residence. They had an appointment to carry out repairs. On arrival, they left out the word rang the doorbell, but there was no response. They became suspicious because of the smell and alerted the police. The police broke into the house, found the partially decomposed body of an elderly man in the bathroom on the 2nd floor, covered by several cardboard boxes. Police believe the man died about a week ago. Witnesses told police that he lived alone, and police searched the house, which had apparently been ransacked. Police also checked the CCTV system, which included an image of one of the two sons of the painter who had worked on the house. Police say they will question the painter's son. So plenty of bad news around today. Let's check at least one good news story, and ThaiPBSWorld.com on an airport travelator victim learning to walk with a prosthetic leg. And after 3 months of treatment and rehabilitation, including a period in an intensive care unit, Suponi Kitiratana is now learning how to walk using her prosthetic leg, which she refers to as her new leg. We all know the circumstances surrounding that particular incident. Let's see how she's doing. Recalling the tragic event in a recent interview with Thai PBS, Suponi said that because of her inner strength, she managed to survive the excruciating pain for about 45 minutes as she waited desperately to be freed from the gap under the travelator. And she said that all agencies concerned, both private and government, should learn from her traumatic experience that they must regularly check the escalators and moving walkways, ensuring that they're safe and functioning properly to avoid a repetition of her terrifying and painful ordeal. And yeah, I certainly, every time I step onto an escalator or one of these travelators these days, I certainly do recall this incident and just take an extra careful step and grab onto that handrail. Suponi recalled that she felt like being born again after she woke up in the intensive care unit, adding, however, that she'll still have to take quite some time to get used to her new leg. She also said that she had not yet told her father, who is now blind, or her mother about the loss of her leg, adding that she'll tell them at the right time. When is the right time to tell them? You sort of wonder how they didn't hear about it from their friends or perhaps popping on a TV station. When is the right time to tell them? Good heavens. And the airports of Thailand has pledged to take care of her medical bills resulting from the accident. The amount of compensation is now being worked out by the two parties. Well, great to hear that she's moving on with her life. Maybe she needs to take a bit of time to sit down with her parents and explain why she's got a bit of a limp these days. But thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you're a bit more up to date with things happening around Thailand. Please subscribe to the channel, but it's been great having you with us for the past 15 minutes or so. We'll see you tomorrow.
We have done well.
นี่แกช็อปที่ช้อปปี้ถูกชัวร์จริงๆไม่ว่าจะของชิ้นไหนฉันเทียบมาให้ละคุณถูกชัวร์คือมีจ่ายโค้ดลดเพิ่ม 50% และมีส่งฟรีด้วยนะวันนี้ถึง 31 ธันวาคมนี้มีครบถูกชัวร์ซื้อเลยที่
We all make garbage, and humans throw out 2 billion metric tons of it every year. But some of us have found unique ways to turn that trash into treasure. One company melts and stretches PVC pipes to make home goods. Another grinds glass back into sand to rebuild coastlines. Whether it's eco bricks made from milk cartons or eyeglasses made from used coffee grounds, here's how people around the globe deal with worldwide waste. This machine weaves human hair to make mats. And this nonprofit has been using them for decades to help clean up oil spills.
I'm going to show how fast it soaks up the oil, how clear water pours off of it, and the hair holds the oil.
1 kilogram of hair can soak up around 5 times its weight in oil.
I'm just trying to get every nook and cranny here. I mean, this is literally just the hair from your head.
But for most cleanups, oil companies use mats made from petroleum or spray chemicals that can make people sick. So if this method works, why aren't more oil companies using it to clean up their messes?
Maybe the weirdness makes it, just more interesting. I don't know.
We went to San Francisco to see how hair mats can clean up worldwide waste. Matter of Trust has been making hair mats since the year 2000. Founder Lisa Gauthier sources hair from salons in over 30 countries.
we have what we call the hair force.
The donated clippings arrive in small batches.
People mail this in every day. We get, roughly 10 or so envelopes a day. We get a lot of blondes. As you can always tell when we get a package from Los Angeles, like right away, blonde, blonde, blonde.
The altars have
A lot of redheads in Boston. This is probably from Boston. We've been told that we got a package of underarm hair from Michael Phelps and the Olympic swimming team.
your powers will be used
The team also uses animal
like
fur.
all the others.
Clippings from alpaca, buffalo, sheep, etc., llamas.
Lisa and her team of felters start by cleaning the bags of donations. A lot of these were swept off the floors of hair salons.
Pins, cigarettes, food, anything sharp, anything hard that might break the needles, all of that is garbage. I don't find it gross at all. I have a lot of hair and it doesn't bother me. It's part of the charm of it.
The felters lay out the human hair on this bed of dull nails and start to layer it with animal fur and fleece.
We had to learn that we needed to not use sharp nails because it would start to slice the hair. And David invented this for us, and he created it so that this thing just lifts up and it's really easy for us to remove it afterwards.
We can now make it more neat and butter.
Then these machines tighten the fibers. The final product looks and feels like a doormat.
Feel how sturdy that is. It's really sturdy.
The idea to use hair to clean oil spills started in 1989 with Phil McCrory, a hairstylist from Alabama.
He was watching the Exxon Valdez oil spill in William Sound, Alaska, and on CNN it was showing the otters covered in oil and the water around them a little bit cleaner.
Phil looked down at the oily head of hair he was shampooing.
And it just sort of snapped for him. You shampoo because hair collects oil. I cut, a pound of hair every couple of days. All of this could be going to clean up oil.
Be swift.
สแน็คแจ็ครสหอยเชลล์ภูเขาไฟสไปซี่ซองสีน้ำเงิน
คืออาโปครับ
Our keep has been destroyed.
อายุ7 ขวบครับ เอาตรงไหนดีครับพี่ เอาตรงนี้ไหมครับพี่
We are victorious.
เรียนไม่ค่อยเก่งครับ
มีวิชาอะไรที่ชอบเรียนเป็นพิเศษไหมครับ
ถ่ายทันไหมนี่ อีกทีไหม พลังผมมีมานานแล้วครับพี่ เฮ้ยมึงบุกเข้าไปดิถ้าตัวไม่ได้ทางนั้นเฮ้ยรีบขึ้นมาดิ
So 10 years after Phil came up with the idea, Lisa partnered with him to scale up. At first, they stuffed nylon stockings with hair to make booms shaped like sausage.
We're going to stop doing as many booms as we have because they needed the nylons, which was again plastic, to hold them together. And we're going to start doing more mats because mats add surface area. And so it just collects even more oil.
That idea was put to the test in 2010, during the largest oil spill in American history. BP's Deepwater Horizon spewed 4 million barrels of oil into the Gulf of Mexico over 3 months. And Lisa's team got a flood of donations.
We just started to get in ponytails from people just, cutting it off. And then, of course, it was spring and it was shearing season. And turns out there's buffalo herds in the United States. So there was a lot of fleece just coming at us in trucks and mail trucks and everything. It was fantastic and overwhelming. We had 19 warehouses, about 100,000 square feet each from the Florida Keys all the way to Texas, right on the water because people are just so generous.
Lisa says that a representative from BP reached out to her about a partnership. Insider asked BP about that, but the company didn't get back to us. In the end, the oil giant didn't deploy her hair booms. NOAA, a governmental organization, helped run the cleanup effort. Scientists concluded that hair booms weren't as effective at removing oil as booms made with polypropylene, an oil derivative.
The booms would get water oil, they would get saturated in water, become heavier than the water and start to sink in the water. And then whatever oil they had on it sunk with it, and recovery was very, very difficult trying to get those back out of the environment. You don't see that with the poly booms. These polys do not absorb water like our hair does.
BP instead tried to burn the oil off, but the fires only covered a small percentage of the spill. The company also sprayed dispersants to dissolve the oil and push it toward the ocean floor, where much of it remains today. And those chemicals can make people sick. But the consensus was that the oil was less harmful at the bottom of the ocean than washed up on shorelines.
It's a trade-off. Sometimes they use the word net environmental benefit, but it's not net plus, it's net less bad.
Still, locals along the coast used Lisa's hair mats to protect their beaches.
The EPA told us that our BP response was the largest grassroots mobilization they had ever seen. And I was out there in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, and Florida.
Eventually, BP was able to plug the leak on its own. But Matter of Trust proved it could mobilize thousands of people to address an epic catastrophe. The number of large oil spills has gone down in recent years. But Matter of Trust is now focused on a much more common problem: motor oil that drips from cars on the road and makes its way to the ocean.
There's many ways that oil gets spilled, and the way that we concentrate on is oil that contaminates our waterways is actually just drips on the street, mixing with rainwater and getting into storm drains.
And those drips add up to over 180 million gallons per year. That's 16 times the amount spilled by the Exxon Valdez. Another use for the hair mats? The US Air Force is experimenting with them to manage chemical waste on its bases.
They're doing a very large system with contaminated water reservoirs.
And once the mats have done their job soaking up oil, how does Matter of Trust plan to get rid of them?
It actually can break down into compost. It takes a really long time, and it's not our number one idea for the circular economy. What we think is better is if we have really clean incineration.
Even as she grows her business, Lisa wants to make sure her hair mat process remains an open source technology.
Phil McCrory had a patent which expired, and we all decided that it's everybody's hair, and we're a public charity, and we thought that it was best not to renew it, and we just thought it's something that should be offered to the world.
She's shipped her machines to more than a dozen partners around the world.
We just had a really great meeting, a big Zoom meeting with all of our partners around the world, and everybody was super jazzed because I think we're just getting into that next level now where we're looking at how to send out more and more machines. And we have one in London, one in Wales, France, Switzerland, Finland, Athens, Greece, Tokyo, Santiago, Chile.
And she says it's possible to do this work from home.
For us, cottage industry is the future. Anybody can make a little felted experiment just by putting a bunch of hair and fur in your shoe and walking around in it for a while. The heat from your heels and the sweat and the jostling from your shoe, you pull it out and you will get a little mat. And you can try this. Oh yeah.
Vertical cavity surface-emitting lasers, or VCSELs, have found widespread use in 1D and 3D time-of-flight systems, enabling accurate distance measurements, 3D mapping, facial and gesture recognition, and biometric applications. VCSELs use quantum wells to generate photons between reflective Bragg layers that provide optical amplification, with a surface aperture that emits the laser light vertically from the device. Rohm VCSELs use a unique structure and leverage advancements in packaging to deliver superior performance and stability in industry-leading small package sizes with 200 milliwatt to 2 watt optical power ratings. While all VCSELs provide the benefit of a more thermally stable emission wavelength, our VCSEL structure also provides stable power conversion efficiency to ensure consistent performance over a wide temperature range. In 1D time-of-flight systems, the VCSEL provides a light pulse that reflects off the target and is received by a photodiode, with the time it takes to receive the pulse used to calculate the distance to the object. Our 200 milliwatt VCSELs are ideal for these applications, as they have a narrow, single-lobe beam that provides excellent coupling to the emitter lens to enable accurate distance measurement, object detection, or gesture recognition. In 3D time-of-flight applications, the VCSEL is used as a flood illuminator, projecting infrared light at uniform intensity into the target area, and an image sensor is used to measure the time of flight to individual pixels. This is used to create a 3D map of the target area and is commonly used in facial recognition, industrial robot navigation, and other applications. Our 1 watt to 2 watt VCSELs provide the additional power needed in the industry's smallest package size, and they're available with multiple beam spread angles to suit different application needs. Learn more at Roam.com.
There is no escape for you but death, Angel.
You might think you can't turn a flip-flop into a piece of art, but you would be so wrong. The team of sculptors at Ocean Soul in Nairobi, Kenya, carves the most common footwear on the planet into hippos, giraffes, whales, and more. And so far the company says it has cleaned up around 10 million sandals from beaches, streets, and landfills.
They cost like $1. The problem with that is they break very easily. So what you have is a huge mess of flip-flops everywhere.
In fact, in some parts of the world, flip-flops make up nearly a quarter of ocean plastic. Can a team of hand-carving artisans make a dent in such a huge source of litter? We went to Nairobi to see how Ocean Soul makes art using worldwide waste. This style of sandal is some of the oldest footwear we have, dating back thousands of years. As plastic became cheaper toward the end of the 20th century, foam flip-flops took off. Today, we make over 1 billion of them every year, but most don't last long. That means a lot of flip-flops end up in landfills and waterways. In Kenya, the coasts are often littered with them.
So trashes come from even as far as from India, Philippines to over here. So sometimes we are shocked.
We have a network of collectors that collect flip-flops from our weekly beach cleanup efforts at the coast of Kenya. When you bring the flip-flops to us, we pay you an equivalent of 30 cents US per kilogram.
You'd need to bag more than 25 pairs to make the minimum daily wage of a typical worker in Nairobi. All told, collectors usually bring in about 1 ton of flip-flops per week. That's more than 3,000 sandals. First, the shoes go through a thorough hand wash using water and detergent.
We live in a very hot climate. It takes probably 2 to 3 hours for them to dry, and then our artists will come to pick them and use them to make the sculptures.
For small and medium sculptures, workers die-cut the flip-flops into templates. Then use a non-toxic glue to bind the shoes together.
Remember, we're using a tiny flip-flop, so you have to build up before you're able to carve down. Then our artists will carve them out into a finished product.
This talent is my gift.
The company has around 90 employees. Many of their artists used to make traditional Kenyan wood carvings. But that kind of work has dwindled since the early 2000s when Kenya scaled back logging, which made raw materials harder to come by.
When I used to do woodworking, I never thought of this condition of environment.
These artists say working with a softer material isn't too different from working with wood. The knives and sanding tools are the same, but you do get fewer splinters.
The end product will be a crab. It takes almost 2 hours to complete a piece.
For larger pieces, artists repurpose old insulation from shipping containers as a base and cover them with flip-flops.
And that's why with the bigger sculptures, you'll notice that they have a contour look, while with the smaller ones, there's a stripe.
Nearly every part of the process is done by hand, and it can take up to 3 months to complete some of the larger pieces.
only time we use a machinery is when we come here to sand. So after they're done cutting with a knife, they'll come here and sit down and use these sanding machines to smoothen the sculptures. I'm gonna walk out of here because it's too noisy.
The company keeps a stock of marine animals, like turtles and whales, in keeping with the clean ocean theme. There's also safari-inspired carvings, like elephants and giraffes, which are the best sellers.
People say that they love them because of their twisted necks, and they also have beautiful eyelashes.
The sandal shavings get repurposed.
We have a shredder in the back that shreds them into smaller pieces like this. And from here we're able to make mattresses that we donate to a refugee program in northern Kenya.
Next comes a quality control check.
The lady will make sure that, the elephant has 2 ears, 2 eyes, 1 tail. If anything is not right, it's returned back to the artist where they will fix it.
Then the statues are washed one more time before being shipped to their destinations. The plastic and rubber often used in flip-flops poses a unique danger to marine life.
They actually target plastic, thinking that is food. The smaller fish, having ingested plastic, tend to be buoyant, that they are not able to dive down into the ocean because of the light material in their stomach.
Julie Church, the conservationist who founded Ocean Soul, got inspired after a visit to the Kenyan coastline in 1997.
She noticed that a lot of kids were making toys out of discarded flip-flops, and from there she got an idea that she could actually replicate the same model.
Now the team collects and carves more than 700,000 flip-flops a year, and the Pope himself was presented with an elephant carving when he visited Kenya in 2015.
So this is the gift that I hope will accompany you on your very important journey through life.
Joe and his artists aren't the only ones who've noticed the world's massive flip-flop problem. Firms big and small have introduced flip-flops made from ocean plastic, and even flip-flops made from algae that are 100% biodegradable. The company sells about 1/3 of the pieces to shops, museums, aquariums, and zoos around the world. They're also sold online in a store in Northeast Florida and in gift shops around Nairobi.
We saw that there was a niche and there was business to be made, and that's how we started it.
We had a rhino the same size as this lion, and it was going for 43,200.
I'm looking for antelopes and maybe zebras to take to my friends.
You know from Gabby?
No, I had no idea about that, but they are so beautiful.
But the combination of COVID and the war in Ukraine has brought on new challenges.
Our hardest duty right now is actually getting our stuff from Kenya to abroad. The supply chain has been really messed up.
The company told us their shipping costs have nearly tripled, and things take about 4 times as long to get where they're going. Occasionally, Ocean Soul takes on special projects.
In 2019, we made a life-size car for a dealership in Alabama, United States. So that's the biggest piece we've ever made. We used 4,500 flip-flops, and that project took us about 3 to 4 months to complete. There we go!
อยู่บ้านชิลจริงถ้ามีทิปโคมโซลูชั่นน้ำค่ะป๊าอยู่พอดีเลยน้ำท่วมก็ชิลเอาอีกไหมลูกไม่แล้วค่ะแม่อร่อยมากเลยนะไม่หรอแม่ไดเอทหรอไฟไหม้ก็ชิลหายหรือยังลูกหายแล้วค่ะพ่อหายไปแล้วนิ้วก็ไม่ซีดแล้วนะถูกโจรกรรมแบบนี้ก็ยังชิลด้วยทิปโคมโซลูชั่นจากทิพยประกันภัยคุ้มครองครบ
Joe wishes he didn't have so much material to work with. Flip-flop waste is a global problem.
We have received numerous inquiries from India, Indonesia, Brazil. They have the same problem. They've asked us when can we come and set up shop in their country.
But the Ocean Soul model might present the most effective use of flip-flop waste.
The foam material forming the flip-flop is an irreversible process. When a company comes up with a way of using the flip-flop, the whole piece as it is, it's a big advantage.
Until they run out of material, artists like David will continue turning trash into treasure, one shoe at a time.
Yeah, I'm very proud of the work we do, but when we recycle the flip-flops, we save the environment, and also people admire what we make.
This squishy sludge of coconut waste could hold an answer to a deadly problem. Alhaji Siraj Ba spent months of trial and error developing his recipe for cooking fuel, made out of coconut shells instead of trees.
I was like, it's either it works or it works. It needs to work, so I need to do everything for it to work.
He lost his adoptive family in a mudslide when he was 17. Before that, he spent years living on the streets, dreaming of the day he could launch his own business.
Biobriquettes help prevent deforestation because they are produced from biomass waste. They are not produced from wood.
He lives in a part of Sierra Leone that has lost 70% of its forest cover over the last 5 decades. One reason for deforestation is people chopping down trees to feed their stoves. Tree roots are essential to holding back the earth during increasingly intense storms.
You move from having lush green mountains to dark brown death traps.
The question now is, can Alhaji convince people in Freetown to swap wood-based charcoal for coconut briquettes? We went to Sierra Leone to see how this young entrepreneur is saving trees using worldwide waste. Coconuts are one of Freetown's favorite on-the-go snacks. Vendors end the day stuck with heaps of shells that they need to get rid of somehow, and that costs money.
This was supposed to be waste. They needed to pay transport to dump this thing. Now I'm going to pick it up for free.
Alhaji says his company, Roxol Trading, collects about 2 metric tons of coconut waste per week. He's aiming for 10 tons by the end of 2022.
So this is the backbone of our products. This is well poured.
Workers clean the husks and shells and dry them for about a week. Next, they fire them inside this steel drum.
It carbonized for like 3-4 hours. We put the fire out using water. We have to wait for them to get dried.
They pulverize the charred coconuts into a fine powder and add water plus a secret ingredient to bind it all together.
The mixing is very challenging, so the whole process depends on the mix. A slight mistake on the formula, you have to start all over again.
The extruder pushes out slimy rectangular logs that will need to dry for 3 to 4 days. These ones are destined for shisha pipes. In fact, people who smoke hookah are his best customers these days. Roxol Trading can produce about 1/2 metric ton of briquettes in a day, and they bring in as much as $4,500 on a good month.
We are the best-selling briquette. You can find our briquettes in most of the supermarkets in town.
They go for 70 cents per kilogram. That's 4 times more expensive than the common wood-based charcoal, but they burn at least 4 times as long. Alhaji's next big challenge is to grow his sales to reach people who will use his coconut briquettes for cooking fuel instead of cutting down trees.
It's not easy, but it takes time. It's very tough to build something great. If it was not tough, everybody would have done it, so.
He has 10 full-time employees and up to 40 part-timers, depending on the season. And about a year and a half ago, he expanded his business. Roxol Trading raises and sells chickens, too. His mother says he's wanted to be an entrepreneur since he was a kid.
They look Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, we get Facebook. The man will get the man will get money pass all man. Not only they only say they watch, I don't they get money. All is from this.
But that all felt very far away when Alhaji suddenly became the breadwinner for his family at age 12.
We man die left pass bokuti pass me. Only wish they say, Mama, I forget money. So I get 22, 23, I forget money. I for pull you and pull. I for pull you and sufferness.
He left his village, hoping to make money to send home to his mother and sister.
I was just this kid who wanted to become somebody, but I was not thinking straight. I thought that it is just okay for me to move to Freetown. So without thinking about where am I gonna stay, who's gonna feed me, who's gonna take care of me, but I moved.
He lived on the streets for 4 years until he found a steady job and an adoptive family who took him in.
7 to 8 months after my adoption, I lost my family that I was living with during the mudslide.
Over 1,100 people died, and 3,000 more lost their homes.
Is it just a mirage?
Al-Haji was left with just a few dollars to his name. But he was desperate to do something to stop the deadly mudslides. In the decade before the tragedy, mudslides in Africa had already claimed thousands of lives.
One of the reasons that cause a mudslide is the vast amount of deforestation, because the roots helps to keep the soil firm.
Al-Haji began obsessively researching ways to stop deforestation. He found YouTube videos of entrepreneurs from around the world making biomass briquettes to replace wood and charcoal. He started saving money for an expensive mechanical extruder and perfecting his recipe.
Our formula is so outstanding that it can burn for like 4 hours. It emits lesser smoke.
He pitched his business idea at a Harvard competition in 2020 and won awards there and at the United Nations. And he recently landed new customers in Germany and the UK. But most people in Freetown still cook with wood.
You just can't walk up to somebody and be like, hey, this is new, this is different from what you've been using. So it's a bit tough, but we'll get there one day.
According to a study in the Philippines, 1 ton of biomass briquettes saves roughly 80 small trees. And that can add up. But preserving trees isn't enough.
Part of the solution.
Yvonne Aki Sawyer became mayor of Freetown by campaigning on a promise to plant 1 million trees by the end of 2022.
Freetown with Treetown is replanting, which include reforestation of hills, reforestation of rivers along riverbeds, reforestation of green corridors or creation of green corridors to also address another challenge, heat stress. Our city's becoming so hot.
It was the 2017 mudslide that changed everything for her too.
I rushed up there and what I saw will be with me for the rest of my life. Literally a hole in the mountain. The rain was still pouring. People were crying, screaming. The devastating scenes continued through the day. 3 days of unprecedented rainfall.
She told us that Al-Haji's project makes her feel hopeful for the future.
The work that Al-Haji is doing is one of the ways in which you see the coming together of solutions for these multifaceted problem of sanitation and the environment. Everybody drinks coconuts. Everybody eats coconuts. I eat coconuts. I drink coconuts almost every day.
This is called bagasse. It's what's left over from processing sugarcane. About a third of the plant becomes waste as it's refined into sugar. During the harvesting season, India produces enough of this sweet-smelling pulp to make these giant dunes, around 100 million metric tons every year. Now, one company is transforming it into plates, bowls, and trays that are designed to break down in a backyard compost heap.
Plastic stays forever, so it's not going to go anywhere. In our case, if you throw it, then it'll disintegrate in 3 months max.
But does this kind of plant-based alternative make a difference if it still ends up in a landfill? We went to Uttar Pradesh, India, to see how Chuck is making biodegradable tableware from worldwide waste. Polystyrene was discovered in 1839.
And it's 10 to 20 times lighter than the fluffiest meringue.
It wasn't used for plates and packaging until more than a century later, as fast food chains went global. But recycling has never caught up. That's apparent across India, where an amount of plastic equivalent to the weight of the Taj Mahal ends up in the streets and waterways every 2 weeks. Landfills across the country are filling up without government oversight, creating unsafe conditions that can lead to fires. The idea behind Chuck is to replace some of that plastic with biodegradable sugarcane waste. India is the world's second largest producer of sugar, making more than 25 million metric tons in 2020. And that means mountains of bagasse. KM Sugar Mill alone produces over 3,500 tons of it per day during the harvesting season. It can be tough to work with.
नहीं दिक्कत तो होती है जैसे कि नाक में भर जाता है मुंह में भर जाता है और खांसी उसी आने लगती है.
Most of this material will be burned to produce electricity. It's a low pollution alternative to fossil fuel.
ही चीज ऐसी नहीं है जिसका हम लोग इस्तेमाल ना करते हैं. सारी चीज का इस्तेमाल करते हैं और अच्छे से अच्छा उसका वो करने की कोशिश करते हैं.
But it has other uses too.
We were told this is a very good fiber for molding.
For over 40 years, Ved Krishna's family turned sugarcane waste into paper in a factory owned by his parents. They named it Yashpaka, and their company's slogan is packaging with a soul. But the business ran into financial troubles and had to deal with faulty equipment.
We didn't know whether the company would run the next day or not. What I realized was that all the work that I wanted to do was towards the ecology and environment.
Ved went back to the drawing board. He spent years experimenting with new ways to use bagasse.
Eventually we realized that we have sugarcane pulp and that can be molded into different products which can actually be used as replacement for these styrofoam products.
And by 2017, the company was producing tableware products under a new brand, Chuck.
Chuck was really good because it was about disposables. You can chuck it. It was also good with chuck, which is taste in Hindi.
Ved set up shop near sugar plantations and mills to keep costs and the carbon footprint low. Around 100 truckloads of bagasse arrive at the Chuck factory every day during peak harvest season. It can take 2 hours to unload each truck.
If the material dries out, the fiber loses strength, so we have to keep it in wet piles.
Workers then remove a layer of the tiniest fibers before washing and pressure cooking it.
Same concept as you cook dal in your home, the same way you cook bagasse. You use a certain alkaline product to be able to remove the sticky, if you think of a sugary product, it's a little sticky.
The alkaline solution helps make it moldable. Workers wash the sludge again to remove any residual chemicals. Then, they distribute it into different machines and molds that press it into shape, squeezing out all the water. Other companies bleach their products, but Chuck decided against it.
We were told in the market, Indians don't like to eat in brown. It has to be white. But I said, no, if we are true to our basic idea that we want to be more ecologically sustainable, then we have to stay with lesser and lesser chemicals.
Chuck also sources a starch-based compostable packaging for its products, instead of virgin plastic.
We, of course, realize that our whole ecosystem, DNA, world revolves around the idea of leaving the earth cleaner. So if that is the case and we pack it in plastic, then we've defeated the purpose.
Workers like Shilwadi check the finished products for quality before counting and packaging.
इसमें high breathing है, low breathing है, cracking है, moisture है, fiber missing है, तो इस लाइट के सामने दिखाई देता है.
The Chuck factory can crank out 1 million individual items in a day. And that's only half of what Ved says is possible with the current setup.
We are still figuring out a lot of the technology.
By the time they reach consumers, Chuck products end up being about 20% more expensive than items made from plastic. Chuck's meal tray costs 10 rupees, or 13 cents, while a plastic tray costs around 8 rupees, or 10 cents. Another reason Chuck costs more? Ved insists on paying his staff a living wage.
I think we are very proud of having lots of local people. More than that, we are proud of having 50% women, and they're amazing.
Some women like Shilwadi can make up to 10,000 rupees a month, or $131. That's nearly double the minimum wage in the state of Uttar Pradesh.
इसमें भी मिल जाता है, खर्चा चल जाता है अपना. 2 बच्चे हैं, पढ़ाई लिखाई में लग जाता है.
So far, Chuck hasn't turned a profit, but the business continues to grow. Over 3,000 restaurants across India have used the company's tableware. The pandemic was a major setback. Sales dropped by 70%.
If restaurants shut down, we shut down. So that's a challenge, but we are trying to now change our model. We are also trying to go direct to customers.
So Ved plans to set up an online store and make their products available in retail locations. And he hopes to ramp up his business enough to support India's war on plastic. Starting in July, the country will ban many plastic items, including the kind of single-use food containers that Chuck wants to replace. So are products made from bagasse better for the environment? Probably. Chuck recommends leaving its product for 90 to 180 days in a backyard composting bin that maintains moisture and good oxygen flow. But they can still harm the environment if they end up in a landfill, where they won't decompose as fast. Plastic, on the other hand, never really goes away. It just keeps breaking down into smaller and smaller particles. Ved is just one of many entrepreneurs around the world recycling waste into food containers and utensils. LifePack in Colombia makes compostable plates out of pineapple crowns.
Hemos usado residuos que antiguamente los estaban botando y eso lo estamos transformando. Entonces, esa es la ventaja, esa es la diferencia que nosotros estamos haciendo.
In Mexico, Biofase creates bioplastic cutlery out of avocado waste. And in Denmark, a young innovator is making edible cutlery and bags out of potatoes. And it will likely take all these companies and more to manage plastic waste now and into the future.
So I believe each of us can make a difference. It's only a 70-year-old challenge. Typically, the plastics that we use, the cheapest varieties last about 500 years. You can imagine that first bugger still has 430 years.
You usually need sand to make glass. But this entrepreneur crushes bottles back into sand. She co-founded what could be Louisiana's biggest glass recycling operation. And in about 2 years, she saved 4 million beer bottles worth of glass from landfills.
Never let anyone tell you that individuals cannot make a difference, because all of this is thanks to incredible individuals.
Glass Half Full operates in a state with a disappearing coastline, and it's ramping up at a time when global supplies of sand are actually running out.
We are using up sand at a faster rate than it can be naturally created.
So volunteers use the crushed up glass to help rebuild the coastline. But is dumping material made from trash into nature a good idea?
There's a ton of skepticism, mostly about the sharpness of the sand.
We went to New Orleans to see how one company is building back shorelines for coral reefs. Francisca Troutman started Glass Half Full with her boyfriend in February of 2020, while they were still college students.
One night during college, over a bottle of wine that we knew would end up in a landfill, we decided, instead of just continuing to complain about the problem and the lack of glass recycling, that we would just do something about it.
So we had this idea. That was about it. No waste management experience, no recycling experience.
They raised about $18,000 to cover startup costs, including a machine that could grind up 1 bottle at a time.
Crowdfunding in the beginning was really crucial. It not only got us money, but got us a lot of community support as well.
As this literal mountain of glass started to form in my residential neighborhood, we're like, okay, we gotta do something here, quick.
Since moving into this warehouse in August 2020, they've received a non-stop avalanche of glass to recycle.
We're receiving so much more glass than we're able to process, as you can see by the mountain behind me.
Traditional recyclers send the crushed glass to manufacturers, which mix it with other materials and then melt it all down to make new bottles. But Fran says there aren't any of these facilities nearby.
And then it doesn't really make sense environmentally, because you're spending all of that gas to send a super heavy product 4 hours away.
So they decided to skip that step.
The goal was always to be able to recycle the glass locally.
Glass Half Full receives about a garbage truck load of glass per week. People can drop it off for free or pay to have it picked up.
Once the can is full, we will dump it into our glass mountain. And that's a special color. It'll be mixed into here.
Colorful bottles can be turned into specialty sand that sells at a higher price.
So this is blue sand made from Bombay gin bottles. Artists really love to use it. People love to use it in their gardens.
But most bottles are thrown onto what Fran calls Glass Mountain.
So Glass Mountain is always expanding and contracting. We're always adding glass to it and taking glass away to be crushed.
Eventually, workers scoop the bottles up with this loader and dump them into a crushing machine.
My curse subsides.
It's metered out into the conveyor belt, and it'll go up this conveyor belt and hit the hammers where it'll be crushed and then turned into sort of a mixture of sand and gravel and labels.
The pulverizer leaves behind some larger chunks of glass that are too big to use.
Everything that's bigger than 3/8 of an inch will be taken out. So that'll include labels, metals, caps. Anything non-glass will come out of this process.
They're still figuring out what to do with these leftovers.
The newer models allow you to send this waste stream back through the system. So we're working on raising money in order to get that new system.
For now, it's piling up in the back of the warehouse.
Can we reuse it? Can we recrush it? How can it be utilized instead of sending it to the landfill?
Fran and Max try to get creative with all kinds of non-glass stuff people drop off.
We separate all the metal for metal recycling, and the plastic we're separating for a special project. Stay tuned.
Like taking dirty cardboard that can't be recycled to a pig farm to become compost. At the warehouse, some usable sand is piling up too, because one crucial piece of equipment is too small.
You can really see the difference in size of this compared to our machine. So our machine can process a lot quicker than this can sift.
The sifter filters out any leftover label pieces and sorts the sand by size.
And you just scoop the unsifted product, put it in the top, and it'll shake it all down until it's separated into each of the 5 sizes.
The largest grains of glass help pay the bills. Glass half full sells them as gravel. Some buyers mix it into flooring. The smallest type of sand is a fine powder.
This is like the consistency of flour. It's extremely soft. I wish everyone could touch it and walk on it.
It goes into sandbags the company gives away for free.
People use sandbags to put up against their doors, up against their homes, anywhere where water could get in, because we're super prone to flooding here.
In between the powder and the gravel is coarse sand, the kind Fran and Max use to rebuild the coast.
So this is like the size we would be using for coastal restoration. You can see it's not sharp, so it's not going to cut me.
At an event called a deployment, the Coalition to Restore Coastal Louisiana dropped about 10 tons of recycled sand along Lake Pontchartrain.
This is the battlefront that y'all are helping us to protect today. Thank you for coming.
Fran and Max hand out the sand in burlap bags, which were donated by local coffee roasters.
We like being able to move it with manpower and kind of get as many people involved as we can. It's a really beautiful thing to see.
Volunteers load them onto a boat.
Thank you, Fran.
Hey, no problem.
Then the team drags the 35-pound bags to the site. They layer the sandbags in a line, connecting 2 pieces of land. These sacks will biodegrade in about 6 months. U.S. Fish and Wildlife agents returned with more volunteers a week later to plant bulrush saplings. The idea is that the plants will take root and hold the sand in place, creating new land. Fran and Max spent a year working with scientists to make sure their product was safe for ecosystems.
We were awarded a grant from the National Science Foundation to work with Tulane University scientists and engineers to dive deeper into that research.
They found that sand made from glass doesn't leach anything into the water, and that plant life can grow in it.
And it actually looks like it grew the best in the mixture of the recycled glass sand with the native sand, which is really cool.
The researchers haven't tested whether animals can eat it yet, but Fran has.
And that's actually been tested on my dog, who ate a lot of the sand one day, and we were like, but she pooped it out, so all good.
That's all really good news, because even though Louisiana's land loss has been slowing down, huge chunks of wetlands could still be swallowed up in the next few decades. These areas are essential habitats for wildlife, and they help protect nearby communities from storms.
You
can imagine a storm which is fueled by the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico as it begins to cross over wetlands, it begins to weaken.
That's especially important in New Orleans because the city is sinking. It was built above sea level in the early 1700s, but today, about half of it is below. Meanwhile, rising global temperatures make storms stronger and cause ocean levels to rise. So New Orleans needs all the storm and flood protection it can get. If that weren't enough, there's another problem Fran and Max want to take on. A shortage of sand globally.
And that's because we use sand in a lot of things. So concrete, bones, toothpaste, paint, coastal restoration, sandbags.
But you can't use just any sand.
It's a sand shortage of a specific type of sand, which is a coarser, a bit more angular sand.
That means desert sand doesn't cut it. It's too rounded from being blown around by the wind. Most industries dredge sand from the bottoms of lakes and rivers.
Dredging is really the only mechanism right now to get sand. Extremely costly, both environmentally speaking and fiscally speaking.
A lot of it's used in construction. Every year, more than 4 billion metric tons of sand go into glass and concrete for buildings. Glass half full is a long way from making a dent in that. Fran and Max hope their story will inspire others to make a difference.
I think this is really more so the story of a community coming together to say we demand change and we're not going to wait any longer.
2 individuals decided to start this, and now over 2 million tons of glass are not in a landfill, and they're making a difference in other areas.
This is waste from making apple and pear cider. It's a mixture of skin, pulp, and seeds. After squeezing the juice out, about 1/3 of the fruit is left over, and cideries have to figure out what to do with it. An Argentine inventor saw a gold mine in this goose. Jose Alberto Aramberi found a way to turn it into logs that can replace firewood and charcoal. But in a country that's been barbecuing for centuries, are people willing to break up with firewood? We visited Argentina to see how one company is using worldwide waste. 3 rivers run through Alto Valle, creating a patch of fertile ground perfect for growing apples and pears. Each year, the country's apple cider industry alone creates about 75,000 metric tons of leftovers. This fruit waste is called pomace, and it's the heart of Jose's business, Biot. It all started with a dried piece he took home to run some tests on.
Trato de cortarlo. Y entra más o menos 2 centímetros. Y de ahí empieza a largar chispas. Digo, epa, entonces, ¿y qué es esto?
He realized pomace could be used for fires. But the real challenge was figuring out how to turn tons of slushy fruit into solid logs.
Si es una sopa, ¿cómo meter la sopa esa a la cocina, al fogón, la salamandra?
He had lots to experiment with. Since cider makers like Marcelo Garcia are usually happy to have someone take it off their hands.
Se convierte en un cuello de botella, dado que el no retirar el orujo nos complica porque no podemos seguir haciendo la elaboración.
Making this cider starts with fruit that would have otherwise gone to waste.
Realizamos el caldo con aquella fruta que ha sido descartada en los montes frutales debido a distintas condiciones como pueden ser daños por granizo, daños por helada, por el tamaño.
On the way to the grinder, the fruit travels through the factory in channels of water. A belt of buckets lifts the fruit to a mill that crushes it.
A orujo ya ha sufrido un proceso de 3 veces de prensado para extraerle la mayor cantidad de jugo de manzana o de pera.
But the pomace can't get too dry, or it won't move smoothly through the machinery. So the cidery adds water back into the mixture.
Y por último se colecta a través de un elevador que se denomina este gusano sin fin, se colecta en una tolva.
Marcelo says the pomace has lots of uses, like composting, heating, and making vinegar.
Pero es un descarte, no es un desperdicio. Esa es la gran diferencia.
biggest problem is moving the wet, heavy mixture. Jose gets pomace delivered to his property by the truckload.
Estoy trasladando el 80% de agua. Entonces, no lo puedo vender a eso.
He's considered many ways to get that water out.
Con calor, con gas, con centrifugación y bueno, generalmente con hornos, ¿no? Pero bueno, eso llevaría al costo del producto muy elevado.
So far, the cheapest option is simply dumping pomace on the ground and waiting a few days.
Creo que esto es completamente natural y secado con el clima, con el viento, el aire y el sol.
Then, a worker uses a bulldozer to move the gunk into a specialized machine.
Esta máquina tiene una historia, ya que fue hecha e inventada por mí. Y no existe la leña de una fruta, entonces no existe cómo hacerla ni cómo procesarla. Entonces tenés que inventar todo.
With the help of a tractor, the machine dispenses a line of pomace onto the ground and slices it into brick shapes.
Queda en el campo hasta por lo menos 3, 4, 5 días, en la cual se pierde mucha humedad y el pan toma una consistencia.
Jose piles up the dry pieces. He often tries out other systems, like drying smaller batches in a rectangular mold. The mold could help him make thinner bricks that don't need to be flipped.
Entonces debería variar y chequear si bajó la humedad, no bajó. Molido lo experimento porque lo puedo yo utilizar en diferentes formas.
He's considered making other products like animal feed, but right now he only sells the so-called biologs.
Se va vendiendo paulatinamente que llegan los.
He founded Biot with his wife, Cristina.
Tenemos una granja pequeña con varias costillas, almuerzas, pero lo más importante es lo que produce, que es la leña llamada Biot.
She helps with the marketing and sales side of the business.
A él le gusta más estar acá en la chacra y dedicarse a la producción, y todo lo otro lo hago yo.
Jose says their different skills make them a good match.
Por ahí los caracteres opuestos se atraen. Entonces, bueno, eso fue más que las cosas, además de la belleza y el carácter, la inteligencia que la caracteriza.
She sells the logs to some local businesses and to people who use them at home. Traditional Argentine barbecues, or asados, date back to the 16th century. Nowadays, lots of people use charcoal, but some say wood gives meat the best flavor, so it's popular with restaurants.
Es la competencia con algo ancestral como la leña. De recorrer varias parrillas, restaurantes, y todo el mundo te dice, no, yo hace 20 años que le compro leña a tal señor.
Jose says meat grilled with biot doesn't taste any different.
Sí hay algunas personas así, o que tienen un olfato mucho más fino, un gusto más fino, y dice que sí, que le transmite, hay un aroma frutal, a manzana, pero sinceramente yo nunca he notado eso.
Biot logs provide about the same amount of energy as regular firewood, and burning them has about the same effect on air quality. Jose says it costs the same too. And the business is profitable because costs are low. Customers have to come to his farm to pick up the product.
Bueno, es así, si te gusta.
In 2019, Jose and Cristina supplied the local government with biot, which gave it out to low-income households. But elections brought in a new government that didn't renew the deal, leaving them with almost 100 metric tons of extra inventory. Cristina says their current processes are slow and difficult to scale up.
¿Cuánto podemos llegar a producir en una temporada? 1000 toneladas, un poco más, no más, porque recuerden que se seca el sol.
But Jose thinks the technology will become more popular.
Yo creo que va a explotar eso. Que se conozca ahora la técnica que yo tengo y después que se perfeccione por parte de algún profesional.
No matter what, he's proud to leave behind a legacy of invention.
Biot es sinónimo de Aranberry, es mío. Aunque nadie lo sepa, no me importa. Queda algo, que lo inventé yo. Si no, pasás por acá y no dejaste nada.
Two brothers are turning busted skateboards into furniture and bowls. Adrian and Martinez Pool have been skating the streets of Alberta, Canada for more than 20 years. They've now turned that hobby into a thriving business.
At the beginning, we were only building from the material that we were able to scrounge up through like dumpster diving outside construction sites, and then also the skateboards.
About 2 million skateboards end up in landfills every year. After working in construction, the Pool brothers have spent the past decade upcycling thousands of those boards into earrings, coffee tables, and their signature bowls.
Seeing just the amount of material that gets thrown out on construction sites is pretty alarming. That's something that we factor into our approach with our work.
We went to Calgary to see how their company, Adrian Martinez, is making homeware at a worldwide level. Skateboards are made out of maple wood that goes through a special treatment, allowing it to be peeled into thin sheets. Each board, or deck, has about 7 layers of those sheets glued together. That makes deconstructing the boards a bit tricky.
They're extremely hard on equipment, mainly because they are made out of hard maple and then a lot of glue.
But the quality of wood leads to durable products.
The skateboards are the nicest plywood that is made because it's solid maple the whole way through.
And in Calgary, with about a dozen public skate parks, there are plenty of boards available.
I think the community in Calgary is like really strong, it's really growing.
Martinez picks broken boards up from local skate shops every week.
We'll also get calls from moms when they see our work and they'll be like, I've got my son's boards in the garage and I'm gonna throw them out, like come get them.
The brothers usually get about 55 boards a month from store owners like Kevin and bring them back to their workshop. Adrian and Martinez worked as carpenters for a combined 9 years, and they were bothered by the amount of waste they saw.
The leftovers from a hardwood flooring job are getting thrown out because you can't fold those back into a different job. So now basically anything that's 2 inches by up to like 8 inches is something that we can use in our process.
After a few years of construction, the brothers switched to finer work installing cabinets, windows, and doors. That's when they discovered the unique qualities of building with upcycled boards. It started as a hobby with boards donated by their friends.
The first project that we really discovered that we could do, like the material, is like the possibility with it is like pretty endless, is that we made some baseball bats.
Adrian's wife joined them in 2014 and began experimenting with other ways to use the boards, like jewelry. The first step is to remove the grip tape.
Ideally, we like to do in the summer on a hot day, and we just leave the boards out in the sun for half an hour, and that heats up the glue enough so that you can peel them off. The next step is getting the boards back down to just bare wood. You have to remove the clear coat that you can see on the top, as well as the graphic and anything left on them so that the glue can adhere properly. We've butchered them into all their congruent parts.
These strips might become earrings, tables, credenzas, or in this case, a bowl. To make a bowl, Martinez stacks and glues tails and noses together.
Each bowl takes 20 of these nose and tail sections. I sort of start looking at them based upon the size and like how much curve they are. And then so I'll sort of start with one that looks extra big. Make sure that they'll line up and they look congruent so that they'll laminate together well. So this is basically the layout of how the bowl is going to look and what the colors are going to be in it.
The boards are clamped together for 24 hours and left to cure for a couple more days after that.
And then the corners are cut off on the bandsaw, and after that's done, they're mounted on the lathe.
Then he shapes and hollows out the block of boards using skew chisels, bowl gouges, and scrapers. Martinez makes bowls in batches of about 15, each batch taking 2 to 3 weeks. Board manufacturers use different veneers and dyes on each deck, which makes every one of the Poole Brothers products unique. Martinez makes about 70 bowls a year, and they sell for almost $400 each, about 4 times the price of a new skateboard. And it turns out people love watching them take shape. The company relies mainly on Instagram and TikTok for promotion.
Social media is essential for this company. Instagram is basically what allowed us to have this business and continue going as we have.
For decades, skaters have faced all kinds of negative stereotypes. In films and television, they're often portrayed as slackers and delinquents. But the sport has earned respect over time and had its first Olympic appearance in 2021.
Luckily, skateboarding got to go through this growth cycle so that skateboarding now is as big as any Olympic sport and has big mainstream sponsors, has huge events.
Now, generations of skaters who grew up playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater are starting to give back. Skaters like Ryan Flynn, whose online store, Chops, is also turning old boards into new products.
We like functional works of art, functional products, many things from sunglasses to pool cues to screwdrivers. We like them to be used, we like them to have a real second life.
He says perceptions have changed since he started skating.
My mom told me way later in life, she's like, my friends told me to make sure you don't skateboard and try to get that out of his hands because he's going to turn out to be a loser. I'm so thankful she never listened to him.
Ryan hopes his products will push others to think more about the environment.
Even though we appreciate recycling and it's like something we've grown into, it's trickled down to other parts of our lives too, right? It's like we're more conscious.
Likewise, the Poole brothers believe their efforts will get skaters to consider what happens after they're done with their boards.
I think we definitely inspire people to get into woodworking or try to recycle skateboards or that sort of stuff.
A company called Ichthyosis spent 3 years figuring out how to transform leftover fish skins into durable leather. And now, brands are turning this marine leather into wallets, watch straps, and other products that don't smell like fish.
I don't have to be used to the smell because we fixed this issue very early.
The hides of cows raised for beef are often used for leather. And people today eat about 3 times as much seafood as they did 50 years ago. So why can't we do the same with the more than 50 million metric tons of fish produced globally each year? We visited France to see how one company is making luxury goods from worldwide waste. Ichthyosis gets most of its fish from local sushi restaurants.
The only rule for Ichthyosis is that the fish needs to be eaten. If it's not eaten, we will not transform it.
So we'll never collect hides coming from a special raising of animals for the hides.
In a typical week, this restaurant creates up to 60 fish skins. And it used to throw them all away.
They go directly to the bin. Unfortunately, we have no other solution than classic rubbish collection.
Now it saves them in the freezer until Ichthyosis does its weekly pickup. At the production facility, the first step is removing any leftover flesh from the defrosted skins. Ichthyosis gives these scraps to another company that composts them into fertilizer.
Are you ready for
The team sorts the skins by size and refreezes them, then drops the frozen blocks in this rotating drum. Tossing the skins around removes most of the scales, while water and chemicals clean them.
So it's a bit like soaps that we use to get all the fat out of the skin.
That part is key because the fats are what make the fish skin smell fishy. Early samples of the fish leather skipped this step, and people noticed.
The answer was like, wow, it's crazy, it's so beautiful, it's very interesting, but it's a bit smelly.
The skins spin through the drum again, this time with tannins that will strengthen them and help color stick. These tannins come from vegetables.
Many sources of vegetable contain polyphenol, which has the ability to transform a hide into a leather.
Vegetable tanning actually goes back thousands of years, But more dangerous chemical methods became dominant over the 20th century. The team flattens out the skins.
They shall pay for this treachery.
Then they drape them on a rack and wait for the tannins to soak in.
Le but étant que plus un cuir met du temps à sécher, meilleure sera la souplesse.
Once air dried, the skins go through this machine, which weakens fibers so the leather will be softer.
These mercenaries could be of use to us.
Now it's time to add color. Workers soak the skins in the first round of dyeing, then lay them flat again and begin another series of drying steps. Then they stretch them by pinning them to metal plates for about a day.
We stretch it as far as we can so that we can have the maximum surface on the leather.
At this point, it feels like a thinner version of traditional leather.
It's a little bit like snake leather when you look at the grain, the aesthetic.
The leather can now be sprayed with dye for its final shade and a finishing coat.
You can finish the leather by applying several dyes and resin on the leather, so it will bring protection and a brightness to the leather.
The spray also contains natural oils that help smooth out the surface.
Dans un premier temps, du noir brillant, qui est vraiment un grand classique de ce qu'on propose, qui est le cuir aujourd'hui le plus demandé.
This is the final product.
The marine leathers are today a little bit more expensive than the classic leathers, but cheaper than the exotic leathers like snakes, like crocodile or others.
Clients can request custom colors, like this trout leather covered in actual gold.
Entièrement d'or, de l'or 22 carats. Aujourd'hui, il n'y a pas de limite et pourquoi pas, voilà, un cuir en or.
The company sells some leather at a discount if it has any flaws.
Effectivement, on retrouve des défauts comme ça qui sont des défauts de peau directement sur l'animal, des choses qu'on ne contrôle pas.
The founders say marine leather can be used for just about everything regular leather is.
Bags, shoes, wallets, but also sometimes for some design products. Like you can already think about the side of a yacht or a restaurant.
The tricky part is the size.
You will never get a salmon as big as a cow. And it's a good news, I think.
Benjamin says it takes 5 salmon skins to make this bag. The company also makes leather from sturgeon, trout, and carp. And it's working on figuring out catfish, which have no scales.
And today we are developing each year a new leather. And each year we are failing and developing new solutions for new skins, for new leathers, and for creativity.
A lot of the processes at Ichthyosis are similar to what a traditional tannery would do to cow hides. So is it any better for the planet to make leather from fish instead? Well, the main problem with cow leather is that the chemicals often used to tan it are highly toxic. Most tanneries use chromium to strengthen hides into leather. It's a heavy metal that can contaminate groundwater and make people sick. The vegetable tannins Ichthyosis uses replace that toxic ingredient. And those soapy chemicals that clean the skins? The company says it can treat and use them over and over.
So we have no waste after this part.
But dyes can also have an impact. About 2% of industrial dye ends up in waterways, which can sicken both animals and humans. Ichthyosis uses a mixture of synthetic dyes and natural ones made from vegetables. Benjamin says they can't only use natural dyes because the color fades after 6 months.
There is an equilibrium to find between the impact of the process and the lifetime of the product.
The company sends wastewater from the dyeing process to a nearby treatment plant. But the founders say the main benefit is keeping the fish out of the trash and out of landfills, where they would create methane as they broke down.
The fact that fish skin is today a waste, this is more ecological.
We already saved 20 tons of fish skins.
There's still a long way to go. France alone tosses more than 200,000 metric tons of fish skins every year. So the founders hope to scale up. And in the meantime, they want to inspire other businesses to put some skin in the game.
Waste are a new way to find raw materials. It's not an ugly way, it's not a smelly way, it's a senseful sourcing.
Hundreds of billions of milk cartons get thrown out every year. And a center in Thailand can recycle thousands per day. into building materials. The cartons get turned into bricks or pressed into roofing. These kinds of boxes are really hard to recycle because of the layered mix of aluminum, plastic, and paper. But one of the world's largest producers is trying to make that easier. A Swiss-based company called Tetra Pak made 192 billion food and beverage containers in 2021. It started programs to keep a portion of those out of landfills. Here in Thailand, the company has set up collection drives at some schools.
การรีไซเคิลนะคะมีความสำคัญมากเลยค่ะเพราะว่าจากที่กล่องนมนะคะจะบอกว่าไม่ได้ไปทำอะไรเลยแบบว่าพอกินเสร็จก็ทิ้งอย่างนั้น
And some of the final building materials help rebuild homes for victims of natural disasters.
เราไปทำหลังคาให้กับผู้ที่ยากไร้อะค่ะเขาจะได้มีบ้านอยู่
So can the world's largest carton manufacturer make a difference in reclaiming the waste it makes? We visited Bangkok to find out how to fix a house using old cartons of milk.
Ready yourself, my champion.
It's morning assembly time here at the Hua Mak School. Since the 90s, the Thai government has encouraged milk in schools in a country that traditionally didn't consume much dairy. 3 decades later, drinking milk is a daily habit for students like Chanikan.
ว่าหนูเป็นคนตัวเล็กเลยอยากสูงก็เลยต้องชอบกินนม
This school goes through about 5,000 containers a month, and nearly all of them get recycled.
และทุกๆเช้าคุณครูก็จะให้ตัวแทนห้องเรียนมาแจกนมพอดื่มหมดแล้วนะคะก็พับกล่องนมตามวิธีที่คุณณัฐวัฒน์ได้สอนไว้ค่ะ
สอนนักเรียนนะครับให้รู้จักของการคัดแยกขยะแล้วเนี่ยก็ยังจะต้องเหมือนกับทำประโยชน์ให้กับสังคมด้วย
This educational campaign is sponsored by Tetra Pak, the packaging giant headquartered in Switzerland. The recycling program is active in over 400 Bangkok schools, as well as 150 drop-off points across the capital. But this is a fraction of the company's overall output. Tetra Pak says it's reclaimed 50 billion cartons in 2021, about a quarter of what they made in that year alone. The cartons end up here at Eco-Friendly Thai, a recycling company that specializes in beverage containers and used paper. The Ratchaburi plant processes about 12 million cartons a month. First, they have to be broken down to make it easier to separate the cardboard from the plastic and aluminum. The walls of the cartons made by Tetra Pak have 6 layers. All of them can be recycled on their own, but many recycling facilities don't have machines that can process them all at once. About 75% of a carton is paper, which provides structure. Polyethylene plastic makes up 20% and helps seal the packaging. The last 5% is aluminum. A thin foil helps keep the contents fresh and extends the product's shelf life. And a special heating process sterilizes both the product and the package, making some items shelf-stable for up to a year. The hydropulper breaks up the layers into tiny pieces. Then the boxes go through 3 filters to separate and remove the paper. Each filter is finer than the last.
This talent is my gift, champion.
Any wastewater gets pumped back into the pulper.
น้ำที่ใช้ในกระบวนการรีไซเคิลสามารถกลับมาใช้ซ้ำได้
The remaining plastic and aluminum end up here at the dumpster. The pulp is trucked to another plant and will be turned into toilet paper and cardboard. Meanwhile, the leftover mix of polyethylene, plastic, and aluminum is headed to Eco-Friendly's plant in Nonthaburi. It's called Paliel for short. First, workers crush it with a coarse grinder. Then it goes through another round of cleaning to filter out any remaining paper pulp. Next, a hot air dryer removes moisture. Workers feed it into a second grinder.
การบดละเอียดเนี่ยจะทำให้การผสมของวัสดุที่เรามีการผสมเรื่องสีหรือแอดดิทีฟนะครับทำให้มันสามารถคลุกเคล้าได้ดีขึ้น
Then it's ready for the extruder, which heats the ground material.
นะครับเพื่อจะทำให้มีความอ่อนตัวหรือว่ามีการรวมตัวกันได้ดีขึ้นนะครับออกมาเป็นก้อนนะครับ
temperatures reach up to 392 degrees Fahrenheit. The compressor uses a cooling system to shape the polyol mix. It cools for 3 minutes in the mold, and voila, EcoBricks. But because most of the carton is paper, it takes a lot of them to make just one brick.
บล็อกหนึ่งก้อนเนี่ยประมาณน้ำหนักประมาณ2กิโลกว่าเนี่ยแทนกล่องเครื่องดื่มถึง500กล่องมันก็ช่วยลดขยะในชุมชนลดขยะในหลุมฝังกบ
The bricks will be ready for commercial sale in early 2023.
แล้วเราก็มีการที่จะเช็คตรวจสอบคุณภาพเรื่องสีแล้วก็เรื่องตกแต่งที่ตกแต่งบริเวณขอบนะครับของตัวพลาสติกนะครับก่อนที่จะนำส่งลูกค้า
They also sell the polyol to companies like Advanced Mat, which converts the mixture into plastic pellets. The company makes cheers, roofing sheets, and insulation.
ตัวฉนวนที่เป็นโพลีอะลูนนะครับข้อดีของมันก็คือเราใช้ส่วนที่เป็นอลูมิเนียมก็จะไม่ขึ้นสนิมสามารถนำไปใช้ในพื้นที่ที่อยู่ติดชายทะเลได้
Tetra Pak has donated nearly 70,000 roofing sheets to help victims of natural disasters. And the aluminum from the polyol helps cool the homes.
Making the roof sheets out of this material helps actually to protect the heat from the sun. At the same time, with the property of polyethylene that we have in our material, it also helps the material to be strong.
Tetra Pak has been donating their milk carton waste to places like the Czech Bank Temple.
พอฝนลมแรงมากิ่งไม้หักถ้าเป็นกระเบื้องมาก็อาจจะมีแตกมีร้าวมีทะลุถ้าเป็นหลังคากล่องนมเนี่ยโดยมากจะทนไหวอยู่
The Abbot has also purchased sheets of the polyol material for other roof repairs. He says the milk carton panels are more durable than his old roof tiles.
ประเด็นสำคัญก็คือเสียงไม่ดังนะเวลาฝนตก
The office in the back is mostly made of recycled polyol, from the roof to the wall cladding.
อาคารเรียนต่อไปในอนาคตก็จะใช้หลังคาจากกล่องนม
In 2021, Tetra Pak spent less than 1% of its annual revenue on recycling programs. The company says it plans to invest about $100 million each year over the next decade to increase the amount of recycled material that goes into new packaging. Their Thailand recycling program started in 2006, but it's been hard to raise awareness.
เรายังไม่ตระหนักว่ากล่องนมรีไซเคิลได้ สองก็คือเราให้เป็นภาระของคนที่เก็บขยะเพื่อให้เขาแยกออกมา
Tetra Pak admits it still has a long way to go.
We can make an improvement in the bigger scale in terms of climate impact and also biodiversity. We also want to expand in terms of recycling products that we can manage and we can produce in order to be able to contribute more to the community.
This machine is cutting out eyeglasses. But the frames aren't plastic. They're made of used coffee grounds.
Окуляри дійсно пахнуть кавою, особливо коли ви вперше їх відкриваєте.
The company Ochis makes its biodegradable frames in Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. A city which has withstood deadly Russian airstrikes on and off for months. As Ukrainians deal with the damage, many cafes remain open, despite the risks.
Магазини працюють, люди гуляють, кав'ярні відкриті.
And one of them gives their used grounds to Ochis. People around the world drink about 2 billion cups of coffee every day. What if there's a new plastic replacement right under our noses? We went to Kyiv to see how workers make glasses from worldwide waste. As the war drags on, coffee shops offer Ukrainians a sliver of normalcy.
То вирішили, що це дуже важливо, щоб людям було певне місце, куди вони змогли прийти та відчути, що вони якби живуть, і що це частина звичайного життя, якісь там ритуали у вигляді, там чашку кави, щось таке.
В Києві дуже люблять каву, є багато кав'ярень, тому в нас є необмежений потік матеріалу для окулярів.
This shop closed for about 3 weeks after the war began. But when it reopened in March, customers came right back.
Це трохи напрягає, але в основному намагаємось жити, намагаємось якось триматися.
The barista discards 11 pounds of coffee grounds every day. An Ochi's staff member collects the used grounds a few times a week. Turning coffee grounds into glasses keeps them out of landfills. That's good news because when organic waste breaks down without oxygen, it creates methane, a powerful type of planet-warming pollution. At the company's production facility, the first step is drying them out. The team grinds them into an ultra-fine powder.
Let the curse end.
Then they blend the powder with plant oils.
Точна мікстура та рецептура яких це наш виробничий секрет, але вони всі рослинного походження та не мають хімікатів нерослинного походження.
Workers spread the mixture into molds. Some mochi frames also include flowers, coconut, or other decorative accents. Then they put these molds into a press and allow the oil and coffee blend to harden under pressure.
Самый длительный шаг в производстве занимает прессовка и сушка пластин, чтобы они были крепкие и долговечным использованию.
Workers here place the decorated plates in a machine that cuts them into basic shapes. These will become the rims and temples of the glasses.
Коли ти придивляєшся, ти дійсно бачиш невеличкі зерна льону.
У нас директор Максим очень любит сильно экспериментировать, искать новые материалы, которые можно использовать.
Maxim Gavrilyanko grew up surrounded by eyewear. His parents met working in the region's largest glasses factory. After the Soviet Union fell, they began selling them at markets. And they eventually opened their own shop, where Maxim learned to repair glasses.
Просто обычные очки из пластика делать не хотелось. Хотелось сделать что-то новенькое, классное и, самое главное, экологично.
He tested out lots of materials, including sesame pulp, flax, and hemp.
Чудо свершилось тогда, когда в мастерскую зашла моя девушка и такая: «Макс, что если кофе попробовать?» Я такой: «Точно, кофе!»
Maxim and about a quarter of Ochi's employees started working remotely after the war began, and the company paused making glasses. After about 2 months, the team returned to the workshop.
Коли Київську область було звільнено, в якийсь момент ми зрозуміли, що ми можемо повертатися до роботи, але вдячні, не знаю, Богу чи Збройним силам України за те, що ми можемо продовжувати працювати.
Inside our frontier in early October. About 2 weeks later, Kyiv faced deadly drone threats that forced many people to shelter again. The nearby attacks have left their mark.
Страшно от каких-то громких взрывов, проехала громкая машина, кто-то сверху что-то уронил, реагируют.
But hanging on to daily routines is an act of defiance.
Это как в какой-то момент, мне кажется, это игра на выживание, если ты все ждешь, что ты уже ничего не сделаешь.
Even as rolling blackouts and air raid sirens interrupt their work, Ochi's staff return to the workshop whenever possible.
Мы показываем миру, что Украина может быть современной страной, она может делать экологичный товар.
And they're making a line of glasses dedicated to their country.
Але після початку війни ми випустили колекцію «Цвіт», яка на англійську перекладається як «Blossom». Ми присвятили її Україні, а саме квітам, які ростуть у нас в полях і з якими знайомий кожен українець. Це сонях, волошки та чорнобривці.
A team of craftspeople shapes and polishes the pieces.
Убираємо лишні детальки, ось. Потім ми беремо, у нас є 3 види наждачки. Ми обробили поверхню, щоб вона була гладка і на вид блистіла. Потім ми йдемо робити фальсе. Наш фальсе.
A laser engraver adds finishing touches. Then the team puts the pieces together.
Я з самого малку любила щось збирати, розбирати. Та, напевно, у мене зупиниться. Мені подобаються ці мелкі деталі, мелкі болтики.
After final inspection, the frames are ready for lenses.
Пробуємо, чи наша оправа добре складується. Так, вона добре складується.
The whole process for one pair takes about 4 days. But the team's work isn't done. They make cases out of coffee too.
На этом все. Дальше вы только получаете вашу готовую посылку с очками, ароматными, и всегда кофе будет с вами.
Globally, coffee drinkers create more than 2,000 large dump trucks worth of these grounds every day. Ochis would have to make a lot more glasses to make a dent in coffee ground waste. Right now, it can fulfill all its orders with the leftovers from just one local cafe. Eventually, Maxim plans to expand.
Это будут тарелки, чашки, какие-то подставки, это могут быть светильники, столы, стулья и так далее.
For now, most Ochis glasses are sold online to foreign customers.
10% з продажів йде на гуманітарний фонд «Повернись живим», який потім розповсюджує ці кошти усім, кому ці кошти потрібні у вигляді продуктів чи інших гуманітарних товарів.
About a tenth of sales happen at local retailers like this one.
Якщо вони з кави, з ними можна під дощ, в душ?
Так, звісно, ви можете навіть плавати в морі.
Клас.
Customers in the Kyiv shop said they're eager to support a locally made product.
Я поруч працюю, і дружина мені сказала, що є поруч магазин, в якому продають окуляри з кави. Плюс мені дуже сподобалось, зімпонувало, що це компанія українська, а у воєнний стан, мені здається, дуже важливо підтримувати вітчизняних виробників.
Since the time of filming, Russian attacks have damaged infrastructure, creating water shortages and putting Kyiv at risk of a total blackout. City officials told the New York Times that if that happens, they might tell all residents to evacuate. And much of Max's hometown lies in ruin following the withdrawal of Russian forces.
И вы видите там фотографии разрушенного города, когда ты помнишь эти улицы целыми, классными, да, ты там катался на велосипеде, а сейчас видишь всю эту разруху, но это тяжело очень.
But despite the grim situation, Maxim is committed to getting his product out into the world.
То есть мне странно, что люди направляют в целом энергию на разрушение, а не на создание.
It's a sentiment that keeps his team going.
Зараз побачили, що це країна, яка має цінності і має свою гідність. Також має дуже багато світлих розумів та креативних людей, які роблять дуже цікаві та красиві та унікальні речі.
Я вважаю, я впевнена, що наша Україна переможе. І ми почнемо процвітати, рости вгору, і наші діти заживуть краще, ніж ми.
Steel is one of the most recycled materials on Earth. It beats out plastic, glass, and copper. More than half of it gets melted down and reused over and over. So if it's easy to repurpose, why is steel a major source of pollution? We visited a company experimenting with ways to clean up the industry using worldwide waste. Humans invented steel thousands of years ago when they figured out that mixing iron with carbon made a stronger material. Today, there are more than 3,000 types of steel, with other elements mixed in for different uses. This Australian company has been recycling steel for over a century. Trucks deliver about 1,000 metric tons of pre-sorted scrap here every day. It comes from cars, refrigerators, washing machines, demolished buildings, and even old mattress springs. Powerful magnets layer different types of steel depending on what's needed for each batch. From here, the scraps go to the furnace, where they melt in about an hour. This is what is supposed to make recycled steel cleaner than new steel. There's no need to mine new iron. And these furnaces use less than half as much energy as the ones that make new steel.
We use electricity, much like a large welder, to melt that steel.
Other processes adjust the steel's chemistry and strength. Molds shape the liquid steel into bars. The company sells some of these, but most are forged into a ball shape. They're sold to copper and gold mining companies, which use them inside giant rotating mills to crush ore. Molycop says all of its products are made from 93% recycled materials, though Insider could not independently verify this.
We want to push that as close as we can to 100%.
About a third of the steel made around the world each year comes from scrap. Nearly all the rest is new steel, created from iron ore. Recycling is better for the planet and is usually cheaper. So why are we still making so much of it from scratch? Because the world needs more steel than scraps can provide.
That's really limited by scrap steel supply. The total demand for steel means that you'll still have to mine iron ore.
In 2020, the industry churned out almost 2 billion metric tons. About half of that went into buildings and bridges that won't become scrap for a long time. And scrap doesn't always end up in the hands of recyclers. In 2018, 7% of all the waste sent to US landfills was made of iron or steel. Plus, some experts say that purely scrap-based steel can't be used for everything.
The main problem with scrap is that you always have some impurities in there which reduce the strength.
With demand for steel on the rise, it's estimated that within the coming decades, at least half of it will still have to be made from iron ore. That's a big issue for the climate. Steel is responsible for about a quarter of all industry-related greenhouse gas emissions. Most of that comes from cooking it up from scratch, but recycled steel is part of the problem too. Melting scrap in a furnace uses a lot of electricity. Since 2020, Molycop's plant has gotten over half its power from renewable solar and wind.
Supporting the generation of renewable energy seemed a natural step to make and the right thing to do.
But even recycling usually requires coke, which is coal that's been baked for hours until it's almost pure carbon. You can't make steel without carbon. But mining coal and turning it into coke also uses lots of energy and creates air pollution. Molycop is looking for other options. It partnered with scientists at the University of New South Wales to study alternatives like old rubber and plastic.
We get to see our ideas being brought to life in an industrial setting.
The researchers have used Molycop's plant to test out replacing coke with briquettes made with plastic waste, though using them would still release a smaller amount of carbon dioxide.
Our objective is how do we replace all of it with material that would otherwise end up in landfill.
It gives hope and that sense of positivity that together we can actually solve these kinds of challenging problems.
But these ideas are still in the testing phase. So for now,
here at Molycop, we consume about 4,000 to 5,000 tonne of coke each year in the steel making process.
It sounds like a lot, but making new steel from iron can use at least 20 times more coke than recycled steel. Ultimately, cleaning up steel will require updates to 100-year-old recycling methods.
We're the oldest operating steel maker in Australia, and we want to be around for another 100 years. And we'll do that through being a sustainable and responsible steel maker.
PVC is one of the most common plastics in the world. And even though this material can be recycled over and over again, it often isn't. That's what inspired these two sisters to launch their own business. Their employees heat pipes over an open flame, cut them into strips, and then weave them into high-end home goods.
It's like a gold mine for us when we get there and we see this heap of, broken pipes that we're actually able to use, and put it into good use.
So if PVC is such a versatile plastic, why do we recycle so little of it? We went to South Africa to find out how this business makes modern housewares out of worldwide waste. Mo is the artist behind Mo's Grip, while her sister Michelle runs the business side of things.
We are actually both Mo. My African name is Mushibudi, which is an M-O, and my sister's African name is Murongwe. And our surname also happens to be M-O, Mugoni. So it really made sense for us to call it Mo's Crib.
Mo and Michelle get most of their raw material from the wholesale company Sizabantu Piping. Mo sorts through piles of broken PVC pipes, sent to the scrap heap before they were even sold.
Like this, that will definitely never be used for its sole purpose, for water or sewage, etc. So I can actually take it.
And even though these are junk for construction companies, they're the right amount of broken for Mo and Michelle.
It's like this defect right here is exactly what we're looking for. We love this. So we definitely can take it.
These pipes travel over 8 hours by truck to this wholesale lot in Pretoria.
Now during transit, there is some pipes that gets damaged while loading or offloading. So those pipes cannot be used again.
Instead, they're set aside for Mo. But it's taken them time to build that trust.
So when you're calling as a woman wanting pipes, you're not taken seriously. That's what we've experienced, actually.
The sisters took strength from their late mother's words.
There's something that she always used to say that we must stand up and say, "Here am I," and that is truly who we are.
You can just go round through to the guys.
Okay.
They will get your pipe.
All right. You'll be helping me with 6 pipes that I'm going to choose today. So we can go. This one is really good. Hold on, let me see.
These pipes are 6 meters long. So workers cut them down to more manageable sizes. Pipes from PVC, short for polyvinyl chloride, are hard and durable. But they can be heated and reshaped without losing strength. And even a simple bonfire will be enough to do it.
The pipe comes in contact with the fire. This is to make it so that it softens.
Innocent Mango, nicknamed Franz, worked as a plumber before this, installing pipes similar to the ones he now makes into baskets. He spins the pipe over the flame until it weakens into a workable texture. This part of the process could expose workers to harmful fumes, but the company told us they plan on switching to an enclosed oven sometime in 2023. With the aid of a box cutter, he then ties one end of the now floppy pipe to an anchor. Then Franz walks backwards, all in one smooth, skillful motion, slicing it into thin strips, almost as long as the entire yard. The strips are now ready for weaving.
But before we weave, we have to then create a frame for the basket.
Franz has been weaving baskets for over a decade. He's one of the company's 11 full-time employees.
I want a plan. Laundry basket.
It takes 1 meter of pipe to finish a planter. The laundry basket requires 2 meters of pipe. That makes each basket a one-off creation.
Right. No. Gisago TikTok.
Chemists discovered PVC in the 19th century after exposing vinyl chloride gas to sunlight. Within a century, production of all things PVC exploded.
This is polyvinyl chloride, a synthetic resinous material converted from vinyl chloride gas. And it's the basis for thousands of plastic products.
It's sturdy and waterproof, but has a low melting point. Used in construction, vinyl records, clear ID bags, even clothing. At one point, PVC was hyped as a space-age material.
Suitable for the best-dressed ladies in the year 2000.
We make about 60 million metric tons of PVC every year, and about a third of that winds up in pipes. But some of the things that make them so functional also make them hard to recycle. PVC pipes used to contain harmful additives like lead, cadmium, which can contaminate other plastics headed for recycling. So, they need to be separated. Many large producers voluntarily removed a number of these harmful elements before 2015, but most countries don't outright ban them. These pipes can be used for up to 100 years. Many of the ones ready for retirement still contain those dangerous chemicals. So a lot ends up in landfills. Mo and Michelle need pipes of a certain thickness for their weaving process. Too thin, and they're not strong enough to withstand weaving. Too thick, and they're too hard to cut properly. So for years, as they collected pipes, Mo and Michelle also stumbled upon hundreds they couldn't use. That made it harder for the sisters to expand.
As the business continued growing and the demand was more, we needed to find alternative sources.
So they partnered with the pipe manufacturer Kusasa Mining Pressure Systems in 2019. Here, discarded pipes of nearly any size can be recycled into exactly what the sisters need.
We can bring any type of pipe, no matter the color, and it actually goes through a regranulation process.
And bafuna make sure exactly what a pants, of which is 2 to 3 millimeters wall thickness.
The granulator pulverizes the original pipes into a fine powder.
Lapho siyakuthatha ke lawo maphepha lawa siwalathi siwafaka kuphi kwi-granulator.
Kusasa adds wax and lead-free stabilizers to the mix, just like it does when it's making new or virgin PVC pipes. Workers heat the mixture and then push it through an extruder. The PVC has to be the right temperature. Too cold? Then it's too hard to mold. But not cold enough, and
It's gonna be like banana, of which is wrong. They're not supposed to be like that.
the workers use water to regulate the temperature of the pipe. The pipe hardens as water cools it and is then cut to the right size. And voila, the old PVC is now new PVC. Depending on what the product is going to be used for, Kusasa can include some recycled PVC when making pipes for other companies. PVC can be recycled up to 10 times this way before losing its strength.
So this is our warehouse. This is where the Ellis Group, also known as Mo's Crib, is headquartered. So this is what we consider our distribution center. So this is where all the finished products come in, and we basically do our quality check here, and we do our cleaning as well as a dispatch.
Mo's Crib sells the smaller planter-style basket for $109, and the larger hamper for $120 on its website. Its products have also made it into Crate & Barrel and Target in the US.
Mo's Crib product is in all of those stores, and walking into one of the stores in New York in Soho and walking right to a product and it's got our name on it.
I'm on my way to heaven here.
Shall we see?
Cut. Why are you not cutting the?
It was unbelievable. It was beautiful. It was just crazy because of we're looking at this basket and you're thinking about, a France that made it, and thinking back at the journey and how difficult it was, and seeing that two black girls from Mabopane township in Pretoria actually were able to make this possible.
They've expanded their offerings to include products made from natural plants from other African countries as well. The sisters contract independent artisans like Mike Sate to weave the grasses.
We actually have up to 100 artisans that work for us part-time.
The handmade approach using environmentally friendly materials defines Mo's Crib. When investors approach the sisters, suggesting they use machines to scale up production,
We always stop right there. It doesn't really matter about the money or the investment that's going to come in if we are not going to be able to offer those job opportunities, if we're not going to be able to set ourselves aside from other companies in offering a handmade product. And it's not just about a transaction.
PVC is just a small part of our global plastics problem. But the Mukoni sisters are happy to do their part.
And this we have found is a solution to this global environmental challenge that we are facing. And We are doing that one basket, one glass tray, one chair at a time.
This paper is made from farm waste. Some corn husks, stalks of sugarcane, but mostly poop. Elephant poop.
พอแห้งเสร็จปุ๊บก็จะเบาสะอาด
กลิ่นเหมือนชา smell like tea
Hatsanai Chai Gawin, who goes by Pete, has been working at Pubu Paper Park for about 4 years.
สิ่งที่เยี่ยมที่สุดสำหรับงานที่เราทำตรงนี้เนี่ยที่สนุกที่สุดผมคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นการได้ใช้มุกตลกมากกว่าเนื่องจากว่าในสถานที่ของเราเนี่ยแน่นอนเป็นสถานที่ที่ทำงานเกี่ยวกับมูลสัตว์
Making paper without trees is their priority number 1, even if that means handling a lot of number 2.
จับไหม
No.
Can this model inspire people to take better care of endangered species? We visited Chiang Mai, Thailand, to see how paper gets made using a very particular kind of worldwide waste. This is Gan Loi. Trained caretakers called mahouts, like Bantong Shamnan Saad Si, can serve him up to 300 pounds of plants daily.
อาหารหลักของช้างเนี่ยจะเป็นหญ้ากล้วยอ้อยผลไม้หลายๆอย่างเนี่ยมันเป็นเพียงแค่อาหารเสริมเท่านั้น
Elephants can poop about 10 times a day.
เพราะฉะนั้นคุณค่าอาหารที่เขากินเข้าไปเนี่ย 60% ตกออกมาที่พื้น
So there's a lot of dung laying around Ned in elephant home where he lives. And Pupu Paper Park co-founder Kanokratan Sukontoman is happy to take it away.
เราไปเก็บมูลช้างมาก่อน ฉะนั้นมูลช้างที่เราไปเก็บไม่ใช่ว่าสิ่งที่เราไปเก็บวันนี้เอามาทำวันนี้เลยอย่างเช่นเราไปเก็บมาไว้ก่อนเราเก็บสะสมไว้เยอะๆเลย
Tan pays nearby sanctuaries around $15 per bag and collects up to a ton of poop every week.
เอากำไรไปที่ plantation ไปที่เทือกสวนไร่นาไปซื้อหญ้าไปซื้ออ้อยซื้อกล้วยเอาไปให้ปางช้างก็จะเอามูลช้างส่วนหนึ่งมาให้เราเป็นวงจรวนนี้ไปเรื่อยๆ
Then it's Pete's job to turn it into paper.
Feels good.
But seriously, how do you clean up caca? Well, first, Pete soaks it overnight in water to remove sand, clay, and rocks.
คือตอนนี้นะครับเราก็จะเอาตัวที่ช้างเราแช่วันแรกไปใส่ของวันที่2เนาะแล้วเราเนี่ยตัดของวันที่2เนี่ยไปล้างอีกครับมา3 ครั้งด้วยกันครับ
The company uses no chemicals or bleach. Trained poo meisters sanitize the dung in boiling water for 4 to 6 hours.
ที่มันกลายเป็นแบบเห็นเป็นหญ้าละมันก็ไม่ได้ยังขาวเนาะ
This kills bacteria and germs, but also softens the fibers. The longer it boils, the smoother the paper will turn out.
ถ้ามันร้อนถ้ามันอุ่นถ้ามันนิ่มเสร็จปุ๊บนั่นคือสามารถพร้อมทำเป็นกระดาษได้เลยนะครับไม่มีกลิ่นอะไรหรอกมีกลิ่นหญ้ากลิ่นต้มหญ้าดีๆนี่เอง
Next, they drain the liquid and spread the cleaned, stringy dung to dry. That usually takes 1 to 2 weeks.
นี่คือกากใยที่พร้อมจะไปทำเป็นกระดาษละ
Pete mixes the poop with grass, hay, or tree bark in this blender. Coconut husks or banana stalks act as binders, depending on which crops are in season. The third ingredient?
กระดาษใช่แล้วกระดาษรีไซเคิลจะเป็นกระดาษA4 นิตยสารหนังสือพิมพ์อะไรก็ได้
Finally, they sometimes add non-toxic organic food dyes for color.
สีผสมอาหาร1 2 เวลามีเด็กตัวเล็กเนี่ยอายุประมาณ2 ขวบถ้าเห็นสีหลายสีพวกนี้เขาจะเริ่มชอบหยิบอะไรใส่ปาก
All this means no 2 batches of paper are exactly the same. It takes 2 hours of mixing the raw pulp to get the right consistency. Then workers shape the mixture into balls and squeeze out the excess liquid. The wastewater will be used again to make more pulp or to fertilize fruit trees on the property. Each ball weighs about half a kilogram.
กิโลก็จะได้1แผ่นใหญ่ตรงนี้เลยนะครับเราก็จะฉีกครึ่งก่อนเพื่อให้มันเท่ากันแล้วก็จะวางด้านซ้ายด้านขวา
They take special care to spread the pulp evenly.
ถ้าไหลออกเยอะกระดาษก็จะบาง ถ้ามันเกาะกันเป็นก้อน กระดาษก็จะหนาเราต้องพยายามละลายให้มันกระจายไปทั่ว
Tan and her husband Michael Flankman began developing this process in 2002. Then in 2009, during the economic recession, paper sales cratered. So the couple turned their process into an attraction open to the public.
เราจะทำต่อไปอย่างเดียวไม่ได้ละเริ่มเบื่อก็เลยมีความรู้สึกว่าจะทำอะไรต่อเราก็เลยมามองว่าสินค้าที่เราทำอยู่เริ่มมีคำถามเยอะว่าทำอย่างไร
Visitors can participate in paper making or buy products at the boutique. They built Pupu Paper Park in a province known for elephant tourism, but there are no elephants here.
เพราะว่าเรามองว่าครอบครัวสมัยใหม่อย่างเงี้ยพาลูกไปเที่ยวในสิ่งที่เขาอยากให้ลูกได้เรียนรู้ไม่ใช่แค่ไปเที่ยวและถ่ายรูปอย่างเดียวเขาอยากให้ลูกได้รับความรู้กลับไปด้วย
It took 2 years to design and build the 1.5-acre property. They used traditional natural building materials, like palm fronds and trunks from fast-growing eucalyptus trees. Workers intentionally leave piles of dung along footpaths. In case visitors get lost, they're told to follow the turds. Tan is proud of every sheet of paper they make here.
เราต้องการให้มันมีความพิเศษฉะนั้นเราไม่ต้องการแทนที่กระดาษที่เราใช้อยู่ทุกวัน
The sheets take 4 to 12 hours to dry, depending on the weather.
โอเค1ช้าๆนะครับ
If there's a defect in the paper, the team can put it back in the blender.
กระดาษ1แผ่นก็แน่นอนเป็นกระดาษทำมือจะไม่เพอร์เฟกต์ซะทีเดียวเอาลงไปรีไซเคิลอีกรอบหนึ่งได้เพราะฉะนั้นจะไม่มีอะไรต้องทิ้งไปเลย
Park employees use the paper to make greeting cards and all different kinds of origami art, like this decorative rose.
ถ้าเป็นหน้าหยาบๆแบบนี้ส่วนใหญ่ก็จะเป็นใช้ในพวกงานอาร์ตงานอาร์ติสติกพวกงานศิลปะไม่ว่าจะเป็นห่อของขวัญปกหนังสือ
And at an off-site factory, local villagers fulfill thousands of orders for these smaller roses. Each handmade flower is carefully twisted and dyed. A bouquet sells at the park for about $22. The founders employ locals from Chiang Mai province, a region known for its intricate art and handicrafts. Making paper out of poop isn't as crazy as it sounds.
ฉะนั้นเราไม่ได้เริ่มต้นอะไรใหม่เลยเราบอกว่าเราเป็นคนที่ทำกระดาษมูลช้างเหมือนกันนะคะ
Researchers from China have experimented with paper made from panda poo. And in India, entrepreneurs are making stationery with rhino dung. In Thailand, turning poop into paper has the potential to support a dwindling species. Asian elephants have always played an important role in Thai culture. Kings would ride these massive animals into battle.
จากสงครามเรารู้ใจทีก็คือมาทำไม้สัมปทานป่าไม้ช้างลากซุงนะฮะจากช้างลากซุงมาเนี่ยเขาลากมาตั้งแต่อดีตจนมาถึงปี 2532
In 1989, the Thai government cracked down on deforestation.
พอปิดป่าปุ๊บช้างที่ลากไม้อยู่ในป่าเนี่ยเขาตกงานพอเขาตกงานเสร็จปั๊บเนี่ยถ้าลากไม้ก็ผิดกฎหมายเพราะฉะนั้นตกงานเราเป็นเจ้าของช้างเขาก็ปล่อย
Some mahouts and their elephants found work at tourist destinations. But then the pandemic hit and tourism slowed.
เราที่เลี้ยงช้างอยู่ในมือเนี่ยภายใน2 ปีโควิดเราต้องไปหาทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างมาให้เขากินให้ได้ถ้าไม่งั้นถ้าสวัสดิภาพสุขภาพเขาไม่ดีเนี่ยมันจะผลตอบรับกลับมาเราจะแก้ไขฟื้นฟูเขาค่อนข้างยากมาก
Now, after decades of poaching and habitat loss, there are only about 50,000 Asian elephants left in the world. More than half of the elephants in the country are held in captivity. Elephant tourism is one of the country's biggest, most profitable attractions. But training elephants can involve harsh practices, like chaining and beating the animals. Healthy elephants need space to roam away from crowds of people. And in most tourist spots, this just isn't possible. Authorities can often overlook regulations meant to protect the animals, according to some reports. So that makes Pupu Paper Park unique as an attraction that educates visitors about elephants without harming any animals.
ฉะนั้นเราก็มองว่าเราเปิดสถานที่ท่องเที่ยวที่หนึ่งที่เป็นทางเลือกให้ลูกค้าได้มาเที่ยวมากขึ้นแท ทนที่จะเรียนรู้ชีวิตอยู่กับช้างไปอาบน้ำช้างหรือว่าเข้าใจของช้างเนี่ยเราก็บอกว่านอกจากช้างที่เขาไปเที่ยวแล้วไปจับตัวเป็นๆได้เนี่ยเหมือนอารมณ์ว่าพิพิธภัณฑ์นอกห้องแต่เป็นพื้นที่เปิดลูกค้ามาที่นี่เขาอาจจะได้เรียนรู้หลายอย่างว่าการทำกระดาษจากมูลช้างด้วยแต่เราต้องการให้เขากลับไปแล้วเขาได้เรียนรู้ด้วยว่าการรักษาสิ่งแวดล้อมเนี่ยทำได้เริ่มต้นได้ตั้งแต่วันนี้เลย
They sell their products in over 500 specialty shops across the world, including national parks, zoos, and museums like the Smithsonian. The company also collects cow, horse, donkey, and buffalo waste from nearby farms. Those animals digest plants better than elephants, so the poop is less fibrous. That means any pulp made without elephant waste needs more scrap paper to achieve the right consistency. The whole system benefits the park, its visitors, and most importantly, hungry elephants.
ต้องใช้ใจ ไม่ใช่เห็นว่ามันทำได้แล้วมันจะทำได้เอาไปทำอะไรต่อใช้อะไรได้อีกไหมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแล้วคือมันเหมือนแบบเราก็พยายามให้เขาเห็นว่ามันใช้ได้จริงแล้วมันสนุกนะ
Once this goop cools and dries, it'll look and act a lot like plastic wrap. But it's made from seaweed.
I don't think it would taste very good, but you could eat it.
There are thousands of known species of this flexible, see-through plant.
You can see how far it stretches. You can see how it resists.
It also grows fast. One type, called giant kelp, can grow up to 2 feet every day. With a few tweaks to its chemistry, slimy kelp can form clear sheets that keep products clean, fresh, and can break down in a compost bin.
Our materials will degrade a little bit slower than lettuce, but faster than something like a corn cob.
Startups around the world are racing to transform seaweed into a biodegradable replacement for shopping bags, food wrappers, and other hard-to-recycle packaging. But can they compete with ultra-cheap plastic? We visited California to see how abundant ocean plants could help fight worldwide waste. Julia Marsh founded Sway in 2020. It's a startup that designs compostable replacements for single-use plastic. Her work is focused on hard-to-recycle thin films. These make up nearly half of the plastic going into the ocean every year. And marine life often confuses it for food. Julia started her career as a packaging designer, but eventually realized she was adding to that problem.
Usually I was working with plastic, and that really felt at odds with my upbringing growing up in a place like this.
She spent almost every morning of her childhood poking around these tide pools.
We would always tide pool and find little hermit crabs and play jump rope with strands of kelp.
Kelp and many other types of seaweed thrive here.
People think of seaweed as being brown and kind of slimy and it smells bad, but seaweed comes in all sorts of colors, like an entire rainbow. And usually the browns are the ones that carry alginate and the reds are the ones that carry agar.
Those ingredients are part of why certain types of seaweed are slimy or squishy.
This is really simplified, but that slime can be dried and powdered and re-jellified, and that's how you create gels.
That process starts at Sway's lab, where the team tests out recipes.
This laboratory setup here is primarily for formulation development, small scale, as well as lab testing.
The first ingredient is this white powder, sourced from processing centers which wash and dry seaweed. It comes from inside the plant's cells. Engineers here add that powder to water and heat it up.
It has a little bit of an ocean scent to it.
Next, they'll add sugars and starches from plants, including coconut and wheat. This batch also has plant-based green dye. The last step is called casting.
We're going to take our blended solution and we're going to cast it into a film.
After about 10 seconds, it's cool enough to peel off. The team will cut this sheet into strips and run tests.
We're going to put the specimen inside of these two grips, and with this foot pedal that's underneath here, it'll close the grips.
This machine tests how far the strip can stretch. The goal is to make materials that look and act just like regular plastic. So when this gets out of the testing phase, manufacturers can switch to seaweed packaging without buying new equipment.
We're not asking individuals to make those choices. We're asking the corporations and the brands that are most responsible for producing waste to switch to our material.
That means getting the strength, stretch, water resistance, and color just right. This type of film can be sealed with heat, just like a chip bag.
And that is sealed right up here.
Julia says food wrappers are the next step, but those have to meet strict industry standards and often have multiple layers. Right now, her sights are set on simpler plastic products, like the ones used in the fashion industry.
Low-hanging fruit. We're starting here because this is a huge problem globally. Retail bags and poly bags are some of the most pervasive polluters of marine systems.
Poly bags are used at many steps of fashion supply chains to keep clothes pristine in transit. Julia says some fashion brands are running pilot tests with Sway packaging, but didn't tell Insider which brands. If those go well, it could be available to the public sometime next year. In 2021, Sway entered the competition for the Tom Ford Plastic Innovation Prize, which will award over $1 million to startups that can find a viable replacement for the poly bag. Half of the 8 finalists make their products out of seaweed. That's probably because it has a lot going for it.
It grows quickly. You don't have to feed it anything. You don't need pesticides or fertilizer, no fresh water. It's just growing.
And you can harvest seaweed without killing the plant.
You basically give it a haircut, and then it regenerates.
Of course, slicing off tons of natural seaweed would disrupt ecosystems. So the company works with seaweed farms. This business in India isn't a Sway supplier, but it showcases how simple farming seaweed can be, with just basic equipment.
We need to design climate-resilient employment opportunities for coastal communities that have been affected by overfishing and climate change. And seaweed farming is the perfect answer.
And it can actually improve natural surroundings too.
While it's growing, it's reversing the effects of ocean acidification and providing habitat for biodiverse life.
Julia says that idea influenced her early design process.
I became obsessed with the concept of regeneration, which is going a step beyond sustainability, keeping things the way that they are, and actually replenishing natural systems and improving quality of life.
The light has spoken.
Sway works with facilities like this one to test whether its products are really compostable. Julia says at places like this, the packaging is gone in under 48 days. In home compost bins, it can take a few weeks longer. And it can actually leave soil better off than it was before by adding nutrients. The company is still running tests to see how long it would take to break down in ocean water. Many types of bioplastic already exist. The whole market could be worth about $46 billion by the end of this decade. Julia says because seaweed is affordable and abundant, Sway's films can underprice the competition once the company scales up. For now, hearing from lots of other seaweed entrepreneurs gives her hope.
I meet so many people my age, older, younger, finding real solutions that actually can scale and scaling them. So I feel hopeful, yeah. Even though I'm regularly confronted with the intensity of the problem, I feel hopeful.
I grant you a talent.
Making tofu requires a lot of water, up to 10 times the volume of soybeans needed for every batch. And all that runoff stinks.
kalau mengalir tuh yang di aliran lihat kalau dibuang ke sungai itu sungai dari bau. Kadang-kadang ada ikan, ada apa dari ikannya bisa mati.
Tofu is a staple across Indonesia, a country of 275 million.
Murah dan ada gizinya mungkin.
And most of that comes from about 100,000 small factories, like the two we visited. But now, some villages are converting stinky wastewater into home cooking fuel. In a country that struggles to provide access to energy, this tofu biogas has become an important alternative. We traveled to Indonesia to find out how people power their homes with worldwide waste. The inside of the Haji Oji tofu factory is hot and steamy, with a sour odor that you can smell from outside. It's one of more than 230 tofu makers in Sumedang, an area of West Java famous for this product. But all that tofu comes at a smelly price.
Mereka malu disebut desa pengotor, desa penghasil limbah. Itu tadinya dari situ.
Almost every step of making tofu generates wastewater. When that flows into nearby streams, the acidic runoff can kill off fish and crops. And as the organic material dissolved in it decomposes, it produces ammonia gas. Tofu starts with dried beans that are measured out and soaked.
Ini yang sudah 2 jam. Nah, yang sudah 2 jam, sudah besarnya dirasa cukup, baru dibersihkan.
Yusuf has been making tofu here for 18 years. He grinds the soaked beans to prepare them for cooking.
Kalau udah bersih, masukkan ke mesin, biar jadi bubur kacang.
The bean paste cooks in giant cauldrons. Workers stir the mixture until it's just right. Then they strain the slurry through cheesecloth. Excess water collects in drains. What's left is soy milk and a steaming pile of pulp called dregs.
Sisa ini. Dan ini buat itu, Pak. Nggak dibuang, buat makan ternak.
Adding vinegar curdles the soy milk.
Nah, setelah proses pengasaman beres, itu nanti menggumpal jadi kembang tahu.
The bean curds go into wooden molds. Heavy weights squeeze out any of the remaining liquid. Making just 1 kilogram of tofu generates 33 liters of liquid waste, containing whey and vinegar.
Oh, itu bahaya nggak buat manusia sama lingkungan, Pak? Si limbah sebenarnya?
Kayaknya kalau berbahaya sekali, Pak.
Just 5 years ago, the tofu plant discharged everything into the nearby river. But now, things are different.
Tapi kalau di sini dari kelompok pengusaha tahu udah dibikinin semua pabriknya, Pak. Udah ada jaringan pipanya gitu ke pabrik.
Pipes carry wastewater directly from the cluster of tofu factories to a nearby biogas plant.
Nah, ini dari ke-8 pengrajin dari atas masuk sampai lewat.
Technician Pepin Sopendi has been producing biogas here since the plant opened in 2017. The facility treats some water to be released back into the river. Another pipeline carries more concentrated waste to collect in a holding pond. The 6 tall black tanks turn waste into biogas.
Setelah masuk, ada penguraian biodata yang ada di dalam, makhluk hidup seperti mikroba.
The wastewater gets pumped into the first reactor from the holding pond. Then, technicians introduce anaerobic bacteria, which don't require oxygen to break down organic material. As the microbes munch on soy proteins, the series of 6 digesters produces methane, a gas that can be used as fuel. The whole fermentation process takes about 20 days, but technicians feed new biomass into the reactors every day. Leftover solids can be used as fertilizer.
Limbah tersebut akhirnya bisa menjadi lebih bersih tentunya. Minimal 90% akan tereduksi polutannya.
Bau nggak bau? Nggak bau.
2S baunya, jadi bukan bau.
Naini Sintawardani designed and built this plant in Sumedang, as well as others across the country.
Tapi kemudian saya melihat jadi ada satu kebanggaan yang mereka ambil. Setelah mereka punya plan ini, mereka bisa mengatakan, kami tidak mengotori lagi.
In the last 40 years, Indonesia has built almost 50,000 biogas plants. While the Indonesian government funds some facilities like this particular plant is owned collectively by the community. Larger plants in other areas also turn biogas into electricity. The country's huge appetite for tofu means there's a lot of opportunity for growth.
Di Indonesia ini di mana-mana ada tukang tahu. Di desa 500 meter dari sini itu ada 19 pabrik tahu juga. Tidak diolah, semua dibuang.
The Sumedang plant supplies 56 households with a direct line of biogas, and it has the capacity to provide even more. One of those homes belongs to Deda Hidayah and her family.
Saya sebagai ibu rumah tangga, sehari-hari memasak menggunakan biogas kurang lebih 5 tahun.
Today, she's cooking tofu with gas made from tofu waste. But this circular model has its limitations. Tofu wastewater needs to be generated, collected, and fermented every day to keep the flow of biogas going. Because of the working hours at the factory, biogas from the plant only runs to homes for a few hours in the mornings and afternoons.
Kalau masih ada gasnya sampai pagi juga ada gitu. Kalau gasnya udah habis, ya tergantung gitu.
Some Indonesians do have access to natural gas. But building pipelines across the country's 17,000 islands is a challenge. About 60% of its energy comes from coal. At the G20 summit in November, a combination of wealthy countries and private institutions pledged $20 billion toward helping Indonesia wean itself off the fossil fuel. Small biogas plants like this one could play a key role. And while they can't provide electricity or cooking fuel everywhere, they can help communities make something good out of a stinky situation.
Jadi mereka mengerti semuanya. Kami tidak ada yang kami rahasiakan. Nggak ada yang kami patenkan. Ya itu sehingga sekarang mereka sudah bisa menangani sendiri, Anda bisa lihat sendiri.
About 13 million tons of used shingles get torn off American roofs each year. These ones are on their way to be mixed into pavement that will be laid on U.S. highways. The popular roof covering can often be repurposed, but mostly ends up in landfills. Companies that make shingles often say they want their products recycled, but those sustainability pledges tend to fall flat.
They are not making anyone accountable. They're not going to make contractor accountable. They're not going to make landfill accountable. If landfill claims to do it, they're not going to come and investigate if they're actually doing it.
Not to mention, America isn't even building enough roads to use up all this waste. So the vast majority just keeps piling up. In 2021, one of the nation's biggest roofing manufacturers announced that it figured out how to turn used shingles back into new ones. But in an industry plagued by empty recycling promises, can this new technique keep one of the world's most popular roof types from becoming worldwide waste? Each asphalt shingle starts out as a thin sheet of fabric. It's coated in asphalt, which usually comes from crude oil. Then it's topped with tiny rocks, minerals, and metals. The technique was probably invented in the early 1900s. But cheaper wood shingles were more popular until the 1930s, when a push for fire safety forced towns across America to switch to asphalt. Some shingle makers also started adding a fire-resistant fiber in the base sheets that we now know to be poisonous.
It was natural that the scientists would turn to asbestos, for this is a remarkable mineral.
Millions of American workers were exposed before the risks became widely known. Though it's rare, some of this stuff could still be sitting on top of older houses today.
so recyclers still have to be careful.
Obviously, we do not want to take asbestos-containing material and grind it up and liberate the asbestos into the atmosphere.
Manufacturers switched to a new material for the sheets in the 1970s.
Fiberglass, a fascinating manufacturing process.
So asphalt shingles stayed popular. Today, industry sources say about 3/4 of U.S. homes are topped with them, and the whole industry is worth about $7 billion. They work well in lots of climates and are often the cheapest option up front. But the mix of ingredients makes recycling them pretty tricky.
When asphalt and those materials sit on a roof for many years, those materials age and degrade. And being able to reclaim those materials can be very, very challenging.
So for years, the main way to recycle shingles has been to grind them into a fine powder that can be mixed into roads. Hundreds of trucks full of shingles arrive here every day. Most of them have been torn off old roofs. A waste management company called Demcon buries most of that stuff in its landfill. But about 1/4 of what they receive is leftover scrap from shingle factories that's cleaner and cheaper to process.
Manufacturers right now are generating enough waste material to meet the demands of the hot mix asphalt market.
An excavator dumps the shingles into a grinder. A screen separates big pieces from small ones.
1/4 inch and smaller ends up in one stockpile.
The larger pieces go through it all again. Then road makers mix this sandy black powder into asphalt pavement. It takes the place of fossil fuels and ingredients that have to be mined, which cuts down on greenhouse gases. When there's enough demand, they do process used shingles, but it gets messy.
We have laborers on a conveyor belt picking out the plastic, picking out the pop cans, picking out the wood, tree branches, any of the contamination. It's very labor intensive, very challenging.
What's also challenging is keeping track of who's actually recycling which kinds of shingle waste. So for example, one of the world's biggest roofing companies, called GAF, sponsors a website with a list of recycling options on it. The goal was to make it easier for contractors to recycle asphalt shingles. We found Demcon listed as an option. But Demcon had told us that it only recycles a small fraction of the used shingles arriving in those trucks every day. When we asked GAF about it, it said the website lists places that accept shingle waste, but acknowledged that recycling options are limited, and the vast majority of tear-off shingles go to landfills. About an hour after we reached out, someone updated the site with a clarification about Demcon's operations and removed 3 other Minnesota facilities from the list of recyclers. The specifics can be hard to pin down, but there are some states where recycling used shingles into roads seems to be working. Next door to Minnesota and Wisconsin, shingles used to make up 6% of landfill waste. Over the last 2 decades, that's gone down to just 0.1%. But adding in too much ground roofing material can make roads more brittle, and that means more potholes, which are usually caused by extreme temperatures. Only about half the states allow shingle waste in their roads. And in 2015, Colorado regulators officially declared shingles can't be recycled at all. That's because recycling companies were getting paid to take the waste, then just letting it pile up. In Texas, a failed roofing to roads venture from 2018 left behind a mountain of shingles. Piles like these can contaminate nearby air, soil, and water. And where recycling efforts fall through, shingles are taking up more and more space in landfills, which are filling up in some states.
We do believe at some point communities are going to forbid asphalt shingles from going into landfills.
That would be a huge problem for companies like GAF, which says its product is on 1/4 of all American homes. It says better recycling techniques are a must.
We figured if we could do this, we could probably save, quite honestly, the asphalt roofing industry.
It took over a decade of research to develop the company's recycling method. GAF engineers had to make sure recycled shingles would be as strong, durable, and weather-resistant as brand new ones. And they couldn't be more expensive than the alternative.
All of the sustainability efforts should be at cost neutral or better.
Engineers here say they've cracked the code. The company opened up this demonstration plant last year.
Roof tear-off is brought into the facility and sorted and inspected to make certain that the material is of sufficient quality to go through our process.
That means the shingles can't be mixed with any other waste.
The shingles are ground into roughly silver dollar sized pieces.
And magnets filter the mixture at several stages in the process.
Nails and other metallic contaminants are removed and then are funneled into metal recycling process.
The nail-free blend gets ground down even more.
To separate out the asphalt-rich parts of the waste stream from the asphalt-poor parts of the waste stream.
These machines grind, shake, and sift the mixture until the rocky granules are filtered out.
We need to drive the purity of our asphalt briquettes as high as possible to make shingles with recycled content that perform as best as possible.
This machine presses the asphalt mixture to make it more portable.
The asphalt briquettes are dissolved in virgin asphalt and used to make new shingles.
But at first, new shingles will only contain about 7% recycled material.
Our intent is to get to 40 to 50% recycled content in the shingles.
To do that, GAF has to do more research and scale up.
Our ultimate goal by 2030 is to have enough capacity across the US to be diverting at least 1 million tons of shingle waste per year from landfills into our process.
That would still be less than a tenth of the old shingles that get torn off American homes each year.
I think it's a good start. Do I think it's enough to save us in the next 5 years from filling up landfills with asphalt shingles? I don't.
But the company says that eventually, all of its shingle plants will use at least some of the recycled briquettes and granules. Ultimately, companies don't have to keep their sustainability promises. But one former industry player wants to hold them accountable. Dmitry Lipinski installed roofs for 7 years, and often found he had nowhere to take used shingles besides landfills.
One of the most frustrating things was to dump shingles on landfill, but also seeing marketing promise that manufacturers asking us to pass to the homeowner.
He says exaggerated recycling claims sway consumers toward asphalt shingles.
We're influencing buying decision and misleading homeowners from real green options. I think more homeowners would pick a different roofing system if they knew the truth.
As a contractor who made a living installing roofing, he found it difficult to challenge shingle producers to do better.
You know, if you're in the game, it's very hard to go against manufacturer or expose manufacturer because they might not sell you shingles.
So he sold his business in 2021 and launched a YouTube channel about the industry.
We expose the bad, the ugly, and highlight the best practices. Welcome back to Roofing Insights, channel where you can find the truth about the roofing industry. All of this manufacturers say the same thing. We are the leader. We recycle. We're sustainable. We are green.
Most major manufacturers say their roofs last for decades, but storms can shorten that. Dmitry says other options might actually cost less in the long run.
You might pay double or triple for rubber shingle, but that shingle will last 30, 40 years.
Still, asphalt shingles rule the North American market. But globally, alternatives like clay, metal, wood, and concrete roofs are often more popular and can last longer. Of course, every roof needs to be replaced eventually. And GAF acknowledges that suppliers need to take responsibility for where their product ends up.
Anything that you're making, you should have some understanding or at least consideration for what happens to those products. I just think it's part of good corporate hygiene and citizenship.
This invasive weed is choking lakes and rivers around the world. Water hyacinths now clog waterways in over 50 countries, including Tonle Sap, the largest freshwater lake in Southeast Asia.
The people there cannot travel easily when it grows super thick, and also the living things under the water die.
So far, exterminating the plant has proven impossible for the 1.5 million people who live here. Now, locals are removing the pest with their bare hands and giving new life to the dry stems. We went to Cambodia to see how local women are making fashionable bags from worldwide waste. Water hyacinth is native to the Amazon, But over the past century, humans helped it spread to places it never should have been.
It's been transported all over the world because it's beautiful. It's an ornamental plant species.
Dr. Kit Magellan is an ecologist who studies invasive plants.
It's native to the upper reaches of the Amazon basin. Most of the transport occurred during the early 20th century.
In the Amazon, weevils and moths keep the hyacinths in check. But without predators, the plants can double in size every 2 weeks. They block out light and oxygen and kill all kinds of other species. That's a big problem for Tonle Sap's floating villages.
Tonle Sap is the heart of Cambodia. This is a unique ecosystem, and the villages around there have a rather unique lifestyle.
The hyacinths create so much waste that they're harming stocks of staple foods. And they make it harder to get around.
Many times we got stuck for a few hours in the middle of the water hyacinth lake.
Hao Soon Sra runs Rokak, a company that hires women to remove the weeds by hand and then weave the stems into baskets, rugs, and other handicrafts. She says she wanted to help local women earn a living while dealing with the plant that makes their way of life more difficult.
Many women, they still live in the circle of grown up and get married in the young age. I want them to be employed and to get some training.
Today, 4 weavers work for Rokak. They can bundle as many as 200 hyacinth stalks at a time. They bring them back onto shore to dry in the sun for up to 2 weeks. Then, they wash them. The women lay the stems out on top of this wooden platform and steam the plants over charcoal to kill bacteria and get the right color.
After the steaming, our weavers would select the size of water hyacinth stem.
They use small stems for coasters and medium ones for bags and baskets. The largest stems will become rugs.
Our weaving is based on our traditional weaving. You can see from our weaving style and also the fabric that we use. This one we made for one of the apartment in Siem Reap.
One rug can take 3 women over a month to weave. But at Rokak, women can make up to $300 for a finished product, more than what the average Cambodian earns in a month. There are millions of people around the world struggling with water hyacinths, and they've found all kinds of solutions. In Bangladesh, locals farm on top of mats made from the invasive plant. Mechanical harvesters on Lake Victoria in Kenya keep the plants in check, but they're expensive to operate. Local entrepreneurs there have found success helping the weeds break down into biogas for cooking and compost for growing crops. In Nigeria, a startup similar to Rokak also employs women to make handicrafts.
One thing we have to remember about all of these uses is they're probably not sustainable, so they're only short-term solutions to the problem of this invasive species. Because if we create an industry using this species, then we're going to create a demand for this species.
Rokak's weavers say they're making an impact on the environment despite their small workforce. But the hyacinths reproduce far faster than the company's 4 employees can harvest them. Still, Hao Soon Sra has succeeded in one part of her mission, to give the women of Tonle Sap an opportunity to support their families.
I used to question myself how to be independent, like when I grown up. This is what I would like to see in the other women.
After a coal mine shuts down, the pollution doesn't stop. Toxic waste flows for decades, contaminating rivers and killing aquatic life. And it's nearly impossible to contain.
For a long time, most of these streams were just written off.
Now, a team has developed a method to harvest them up. and turn it into paint. But can it really clean up a century of worldwide waste? It's harvest day at Pine Run, a creek in Ohio.
Yeah, keep going. Moving now. Yeah, I see the flow.
Michelle Shively McIver and John Sabraw have been making pigment out of this pollution for over a decade.
This stuff is just really good.
Yeah, it's our favorite.
It is our favorite.
Their team built a system of pipes that collect smelly goo called acid mine drainage, or AMD for short. It's highly acidic water leaking from an old coal mine that closed over 100 years ago.
When you leave a mine and you just walk away from it, what happens is it fills up instantly with water.
There really is no way to seal the mines completely.
The water that still leaks from mines today creates iron oxide, which can be lethal to aquatic life.
That pipe is full of iron sludge, and it's going to come out of there really fast.
But it also happens to be an essential ingredient to make paint.
Bucket!
We need buckets! It's a low-tech system right now.
That's what this team is harvesting today.
It's gold, Matt. It's gold!
The team filters buckets of iron oxide using these troughs.
Smooth it out and put some Cool Whip on there, and it's like pumpkin pie in a bit. I'd eat it.
Today's haul is over 200 pounds of iron oxide. It's a bit more than this mine site pumps out in a single day. Then, they move it to their research facility, where engineers wash the pigment to remove impurities that affect the final color.
Basically, we're just diluting out all the dissolved solids.
This is Guy Riefler. He's an engineer who partnered with Michelle and John to start True Pigments.
It still kind of shocks me that Sunday Creek is this orange mass, and it goes right through several communities, and it's been doing it for 20 years, and aside from us, nobody's really doing anything about it.
The team dries the pigment before shipping it off to a giant kiln. They change the color by controlling the temperature. Then they send the pigment to Portland, Oregon, where Gamblin Artists Colors uses it to make paint.
We wanted to be the first to make color with it. We were just kind of all in. There's 3 colors that are all made from pigment that has been painstakingly reclaimed by John and team.
This one is called Iron Violet. This worker mixes the pigment, zinc, and flax oil. And a mill uses heat and pressure to combine the pigment and oil.
And so with a little bit of pressure, we draw it down.
Then workers test for thickness, texture, and color. Finally, they bottle it up. Gamblin markets the paint as reclaimed earth colors. John teaches art and uses the paints in his own studio.
If I want something deep and red and earthy, you're not going to get anything better than iron oxide.
He says his art helps to start conversations about protecting the environment.
The circle gives them permission to decide for themselves instantly whether that is a universe, a planet, a stream, or microbes.
And the new colors are taking off. Painters across the country have shared what they've created using the hashtag #ReclaimedColor. For now, True Pigments can't harvest enough iron oxide to clean up an entire stream.
It has such a satisfying plop.
But the company plans to scale up. By 2024, True Pigments plans to open a larger facility. It will harvest iron oxide and clean the water at one of Ohio's most polluted acid mine sites.
That would mean the company could harvest raw material that could be used in all kinds of products, not just paints.
Construction materials, concrete, bricks. It's used for a lot of industrial coatings, agricultural fertilizer, cosmetics. We really had to find something useful to make out of this really, detrimental pollution.
And Michelle says her team's method of retrieving iron oxide is more sustainable than mining it. Unfortunately, they're dealing with a nearly unlimited resource. There are nearly 10,000 square miles of abandoned coal mines across the United States.
Iron oxide didn't do anything wrong. Iron oxide is not to blame here. And if you treat it right, like we're doing, it is a valuable asset, it is beautiful.
These mines will continue producing AMD for hundreds of years.
But Michelle is confident that turning pollution into art can make a difference.
Be careful. I sense death closing upon us.
Focus our defenses.
The Victorian home was a place of sanctuary from the outside world, especially in the cities where dirt and disease hung in the air and danger stalked the streets. And thanks to advances in science, a whole host of products and services were promising to make life at home cheaper, easier, and more convenient. But they were also making life much more dangerous. For under the guise of family-friendly products, mass consumption was bringing killers into the very heart of the Victorian home. With the aid of modern science, I'll seek out the deadly assassins that hid on every floor.
Leaning too close to the fire and poof, they burst into flames.
I'll be revealing what the Victorians couldn't see inside their homes.
5 grams is sufficient to potentially kill a small child.
And showing the terrible injuries that were inflicted in the name of progress.
That could completely remove the skin from the hand and the arm.
Welcome back to the perilous world of the real Victorian home. Between 1800 and 1900, the urban population in Britain increased tenfold. London became the biggest industrial city in the Western world. City dwellers in houses like this were creating an unprecedented demand for mod cons as well as life's necessities. They were becoming mass consumers at the end of a production line. Supplying the household with basic food in the newly expanded cities of up to 3 million people was a strategic challenge. But thankfully, by the late 19th century, the staples of bread and milk had become cheaply available. To cater for the new demands, the Victorians pioneered new food processing techniques. This left the consumer at the mercy of the unscrupulous merchants responsible for each part of the food chain.
One thing that the Victorians loved above all was profit, and the way to make profit, of course, is to use the cheapest ingredients and charge a high price for them. So adulteration became very popular throughout the Victorian period.
Some merchants would substitute real ingredients with cheap alternatives that would add weight and increase profit margins. Food adulteration had always gone on, but the new manufacturing process meant it was now big business.
The
food shops themselves change as well. So you used to have a system whereby, for example, with bread, the miller was the same as the baker, was the same as the retailer. Now the miller mills the flour, passes it to the baker bakes, and the retailer sells. So you've got divorcing all the way along the chain. That depersonalises the food chain. People don't have the personal relationship with their customers, therefore they think they can get away with it. Anything that is made, manufactured, or passes through the hands of somebody who can adulterate it, by the mid-Victorian period, the chances are it will be adulterated.
These additions were astounding. Chalk, iron sulfate, and even plaster of Paris.
But for many, buying processed foods released them from the drudgery of baking, was time-saving, and above all, was affordable.
Bread was particularly susceptible to tampering, as many things could be disguised in it.
The biggest adulterant at the time was alum, and that's been used since the 18th century. It's a whitener. What it does is it enables you to take seconds or middlings or the lower grades of flour, make them look whiter.
Alum is an aluminium-based compound, often found today in detergent. But when hidden in bread, it not only makes it whiter, but retains water, so the bread feels more substantial.
In theory, the amounts used were quite small, and in theory, they were not particularly dangerous to health. But when you've got both the miller adding alum and then you've got the baker adding alum as well, then you start to build up the dose to levels where it really will affect your bowel system.
Food historian Annie Gray has prepared 3 loaves for me to illustrate the choice I would have had as a Victorian housewife. Whilst one loaf is pure, 2 of them have plaster of Paris, alum and other undesirables added to them.
And which is which? Well, you're the Victorian housewife, so I would say you're in the baker's and you're presented with these loaves. Which one would you pick?
Well, they all look very attractive, which is slightly worrying. It's really quite dense, though, isn't it? It's quite heavy. So listen to that. This one's still quite dense, but again, looks nice. And smells really like rubber or something. Very odd. Smells fine. This is lighter. Smells more like bread that I'm familiar with. So, my guess is that this one is fine.
Yes, it is. Although it's interesting the way perception plays a role. Part of the reason that you're preferring that one, I suspect, is because we are predisposed now to like granary breads and things that look healthy. Whereas with your Victorian hat on, you should be looking for the bread that is whitest and therefore will impress your dinner guests.
Ah, so I would probably be looking not to go for something wholemeal that looks healthy today, but something like this.
Yes, in the Victorian period, people really want white bread. It's the current obsession with wholemeal, granary, beautiful artisanal loaves. Nothing. You want white bread. So alum is a whitener that's put in.
And which is which in terms of these two? Which is the one? What's got what?
This one is the alum-based one, and this one is the one with plaster of Paris and bean flour. From a baker's point of view, this one's brilliant because a third of the dry solids in this are not pure flour. So you're making a reasonable saving on even the sort of low-grade flour that you're using.
But this housewife's choice had dire consequences for the consumer.
If you were a worker eating 2 pounds of bread a day and not much else, when you consider that a third of what you're eating just won't benefit you at all, you can see why chronic malnutrition is such an issue. And when your adulterants are things like plaster of Paris and alum, you can also see why chronic gastritis is a problem in late Victorian England. If you're in a workhouse and you're a 3-year-old, you're going to start off with constipation. You're then going to have irregular bowel movements, and then that will lead to diarrhoea. And if you are a 3-year-old in a workhouse and you've got chronic diarrhoea, that will lead to death.
Another reason for adulteration was a desire to make food more attractive and appealing. Colour was a key component.
And so there were things like colourants. You might have something like lead chromate, which is a very vivid yellow colour. In fact, it's the yellow that's used in the paint of American school buses. It's that really bright yellow. And that was put in things like mustard to give it authentic mustard colour without having to actually include too much of the real ingredient, which was expensive.
Tea is adulterated with everything from iron filings to dust to used tea leaves and then black lead to make it look black. Green tea has Prussian blue in it. I mean, they're pretty lethal.
Sir Arthur Hill Hassall, a London-based physician, identified adulteration in 2,500 products and
一千噸像氣熏天，辛苦得壓碎相見，幾多位自怨自憐，請拉起最後窗簾，就翻觀一周跳亂世人，先過去讓笑片開演，轉眼眼界叫快樂自然，可以瘋。可以癲，如藍猴脫韁敲破目前，港灣各有路線。應該怎麼好？哪裏有信號？我大概不會回答，根本不知道哪裏有去路，卻沒法停下腳步，還有很長路。不要怕奇怪，怕污糟，還同越放肆越自豪。不想困惱困一世，不公都總要換世。假使腦裏太封閉，短短日子會浪費。好好的問個問題，怎玩似會更加曳，玩得起哪怕失禮。好的醜的真的假的，你有你計，不要問我，為求遊玩快樂，不驚搞錯。來回唱，來回跳，我迷上我的歌，你愛的就來迎合我。應該怎麼選？哪個勝與負？我沒有心計預算，根本不知道我有我志願，冇耐性尋着判斷，而卻很情願跟每個朋友在兜圈，還同望世界是樂園。不想困惱困一世，不公都總要換世。假使腦裏太封閉，短短日子會浪費。好好的問個問題，怎玩至會更加曳，玩得起哪怕失禮。舊日也許太繃緊，有種不甘，全然蠶食信心夜空，天暗地暗，不懂作浪，未知快感就是原因。不想困惱困一世，不公都總要換世。假使腦裏太封閉，短短日子會浪費。好好的問個問題，怎玩至會更加曳，玩得起哪怕失禮。把死鬥當作消遣，打機都需要實戰，把苦澀當作餐點，大大啖滾似盛宴，幾多位自怨自憐，請跟我脫去鎖鏈，請拉起最後窗簾。開心我要更加曳，開心可以更失禮。
Published his results in The Lancet. This led to the first wave of legislation in 1868.
The food adulteration laws were not very strong when they were initially put in, and they were not particularly effective either. People simply continued because it was very difficult to police, it was very difficult to prove.
And even after it is known about, even after Ackham and Hassel start to publicise the food adulteration, people just simply don't know what adulterated food looks like versus non-adulterated food. So you might know that your bread is probably adulterated, but either you don't have a choice or you just assume blithely that it happens to other people.
Bread adulteration might ultimately kill you because of malnutrition, but there was a greater, more immediate danger that was part of every child's diet.
For the Victorians, milk was a cheap and important source of calcium, a healthy food, it was thought. However, in 1882, 20,000 milk samples were tested and revealed that 1/5 had been adulterated. A clue as to what was going on came from the domestic goddess of her day, Mrs. Beeton.
The Victorians sought advice on all manner of things, and when it came to food, Mrs. Beeton was their guru. According to the 1888 edition of her Book of Household Management, milk, she said, could be purified by preparation of which the principal constituent is boracic acid. And, she adds, it is said that most of the milk that comes to London is treated in this way. She concludes, fortunately for the consumer, it is a quite harmless addition.
But was it as harmless as Mrs. Beeton believed? Microbiologist Matthew Avison has devised an experiment that tests Mrs. Beeton's advice. Boracic acid was a component of a product called borax, an alkali which was used during the Victorian period to prolong the life of milk.
This milk doesn't taste very nice, so you would throw it away. The Victorians would say that's a waste, so let's do something to it that removes the sour taste. And what they would have done is added alkalis.
When fresh, milk has a neutral pH measurement of around 7. But over time, as it sours or spoils and becomes contaminated with bacteria, it becomes more acidic and its pH measurement drops.
So the Victorians worked out, probably by trial and error, that if you add alkali to this, it would neutralise the acid. Then I've calculated that that will neutralise the acid in this milk. So just give it a little bit of a shake, and then we'll show, hopefully, that it gives pH closer to neutral. So you can see this has gone back to 6.6, which is approximately neutral. It's neutralised the acid. It's now made this milk palatable again.
This new wonder alkali, sold in the shops as borax, was so popular it became a staple of the Victorian larder. But alarmingly, borax wasn't only used to treat milk. It was also marketed as a wonderfully versatile product, as I found when I read the journals of the time.
I'm just looking at these ads in the Sketch from 1893, and there's this absolutely extraordinary one-page ad, Californian household treasure. It says it's absolutely pure and absolutely safe. It possesses qualities that are exceptional and unknown to any other substance, and it purifies water, destroys bacteria, it progresses everything.
In fact, borax promised too much. As well as purifying milk, it was brilliant at cleaning your bath and your loo. So what happened when borax ended up in the body?
Borax, or sodium borate, if inhaled or ingested, can cause severe irritation. So if it's swallowed, it can cause abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. If you have a large amount of it, it will start to affect other organs like the brain and the kidneys. And if you have enough, it can prove fatal.
But just how much borax is harmful?
I've added a small amount of borax to neutralise the acid in this milk, but of course if you had a pint of milk, you need more borax. So I calculated that you need this much borax to neutralise a pint of milk that's gone sour. This is 5 grams, and according to some people, 5 grams is sufficient to potentially kill a small child.
So the addition of borax was not as harmless as Mrs. Beeton suggested. Enough of it could kill. But by reducing the acid in the spoiled milk and disguising the sour taste, borax was concealing another deadly threat.
The real problem is it doesn't get rid of the bacteria, the underlying cause of the acid, and those bacteria could still kill people. Bacteria like Brucella, which causes undulating fever. It's a nasty fever that can go on for weeks at a time. That's not particularly lethal, but what would be lethal would be TB.
The bovine TB bacterium is present in cow's milk, and this was what was able to flourish undetected in the milk, with devastating effects.
Bovine TB, it's not the same TB that would cause the coughing symptoms that we associate with TB, but what's called non-pulmonary TB. It spreads out into the extremities, includes damage to internal organs, damage to the bones, and particularly problematic in children.
What other effects could drinking milk contaminated with the bovine TB bacterium have?
Bovine TB could also cause damage to the bones and the spine. For example, it could cause an abscess in the bones of the spinal column, which would soften the bone, which would then collapse to form a wedge shape. And if several of these vertebrae collapsed at once, it could cause massive deformity of the spine. This woman was actually particularly lucky because her TB damaged only the bones of the spine and not the spinal cord itself. If the abscess had tracked and burst backwards into the spinal column, it would have compressed the spinal cord and caused paralysis at best or death at worst.
Effectively purifying this according to the standards of Mrs. Beeton is like removing the biohazard tape, and now it's basically pot luck as to whether we have something that's contaminated and could kill us, or something that's not contaminated and is safe to drink.
Adding borax to milk allowed bovine TB bacteria to grow undetected, exposing a generation to a lethal infectious disease.
It's estimated that virtually all children were exposed to bovine TB at some time during their upbringing, and it's known that many of those children succumbed to that infection.
So you're saying that hundreds of thousands of people, mostly perhaps children, died as a result of that?
There are many studies, one of which, for example, was a series of post-mortems done in London in the 1890s, and they did post-mortems on 1,300 children who had died. 30% of those children died as a result of TB. Non-pulmonary TB, almost certainly that came from milk. Now, if you extrapolate that up, it's considered likely that 500,000 children died of TB from milk during the Victorian era.
You may select a talent.
Despite these horrendous deaths, the purification of milk with alkali was not banned by legislation in the Victorian period. And the problem of adulterated food continued until gradually consumer pressure led manufacturers to advertise their wares as pure and unadulterated.
Let the burning hells atone for their sins.
The next hidden killer lies not in the room, but between the levels of the Victorian house.
The dangers weren't just a result of products introduced into the home. They were built into the very fabric of the new Victorian houses. One of the most common death traps was right under their feet.
stairs have always been dangerous. Even with today's building regulations, at least 300,000 accidents occur every year in the UK. But in Victorian times, it was even worse.
The newest accounts of people falling down staircases and breaking their necks, or breaking a leg and dying later of septicemia.
Why were there so many deaths and injuries from stairs? The finger points to the urban population boom. The number of Victorians per square mile increased from 390 in 1871 to 558 by 1901. Houses were thrown up and packed into smaller plots with little concern about regulation or standardisation.
The problem was the way that the house styles changed. Houses become very much more narrow. So what you've got is very high ceilings, 10, 11 feet, with a very narrow frontage. It's a straightforward geometrical problem, as if you've got 11 foot and only a very short space to get into it. The staircase has to be steep.
In middle-class homes, the stairs that were most likely to be cheaply constructed, to be the steepest and the narrowest, were those that led to the servant quarters.
Upstairs, downstairs came from the difference in staircases, from the decorated staircase, which was the main one in the house, which was there as a show of wealth. It was a statement to say, look, this is how much money I've got. You came through the front door and there's this wonderful double bullnose stairs, highly decorated with spindles and volutes and balustrades and goosenecks. You had people spending thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds on new staircases. And then the downstairs staircase was for the servants. It was built out of the cheapest softwood that you could possibly buy. You'd be lucky if there was handrails and spindles, rises of 9, 10, 12 inches. Safety really wasn't high on the agenda.
Tragic, really, because by 1847, visionary builder Peter Nicholson had calculated how to build a safer staircase, transforming the art of stair building into a science.
He came up with a mathematical formula for working out the rise and go of a staircase. He'd worked out that if you went up a certain height, you could travel a certain distance with great ease, and he developed a formula around that.
In order that people may pass freely, the length of the step ought never to be less than 4 feet. Though in townhouses, for want of room, the going of the stair is frequently reduced to 2.5 feet.
Nicholson's formula considered how someone could take a normal stride, yet still allow them to rise 6 to 8 inches with every step.
Until you get those factors right, then the stairs is always going to be a dangerous place.
There's a science to stair building, but in the rush to throw up houses, it was a science that was often overlooked in the late Victorian period. I've come to Manchester Metropolitan University to see what modern science can tell us about the dangers of the Victorian stairs. I've been wired up to a motion capture device which will track every step I take to find out how my body adapts to the stairs. Professor Kostas Manganaris
OK, so I'm just going to clip you into the harness.
And Professor Neil Reeves are experts in biomedical research and are going to demonstrate 2 staircases.
We'd like you to go to the top of the staircase, stand facing this way, and just walk down at your own comfortable speed, as you would normally.
This first staircase has been set to dimensions similar to a main Victorian staircase, following Nicholson's principles. The going, or width, of each step has been set to 11 inches, and the height, the rise, to 12.5 inches.
Well, apart from all the get-up, it felt pretty easy coming down those stairs. I'd feel pretty happy running up and down those, no problems at all.
Now they set the stairs as they might have been in the servants' quarters.
Forwards one.
This definitely breaks Nicholson's formula,
Yeah, okay, we'll leave it there.
with the going narrower and a steeper rise.
So you can walk down as you would normally.
Predictably, this is not comfortable at all. In fact, I'm really having to slow down, change the way I take each step, and hold the handrail. Imagine if I had to carry a tray or the linen and couldn't see where my foot fell because of a long skirt.
If we measure your foot, this is about 26 centimeters, which is much larger than the 17.5 centimeters room you had.
I had to turn it sideways.
You decide to turn it sideways.
Well, otherwise, while the foot's coming off the
Otherwise,
edge
what will happen, an important part of the foot would come out of the edge, and then you will have an increased likelihood of encountering a slip.
Yes, yes. And I've fallen downstairs before, so I was very conscious of not wanting to do it.
Absolutely.
From the data input, the scientists reveal that on the servants' staircase, we are 6 times more likely to fall than on the grand one. It may seem obvious that a steeper staircase would be more dangerous, but there was another hidden danger. Many Victorian homes were built with non-uniform steps. This video of a New York subway stairs illustrates what happens when one stair out of 16 is a fraction of an inch higher than the others. Professor Jake Pauls, a specialist in stair safety, studied the stairs and worked out that this tiny change has a dramatic impact on the misstep and fall incidence that is not equated to any other stair defect. In other words, you're more likely to fall if the stair is not uniform than for any other reason.
What is it about that video? What does it tell us?
Well, I think what it tells us is that people get used to a very regular stair pattern very quickly, so after a few steps. And if all of a sudden you introduce a step which is very different, it poses difficulties for people. And this is why it's more likely to, for someone to have an accident or to slip on that irregular step.
So if you'd given me 2 that were the bigger ones and then a smaller one, I almost certainly would have fallen down.
Exactly.
Thank you for not doing that.
By disregarding Nicholson's formula, the Victorians' new staircases, installed in many of these narrower houses, had unwittingly combined high rises, narrow goings, and uneven steps to create a grave hazard for the servants.
With the extra weight of carrying trays and food, there's no way that they could get up and down those stairs in one piece. Total death traps. Absolute death traps.
Stairs remain one of the most common sources of accident and death in the home.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
To understand our next set of dangers, we need to appreciate one of the major preoccupations of our Victorian forebears.
It was at this time that cleanliness was becoming powerfully linked to ideas of morality and respectability. And this is reflected in the literature of the period. Charles Kingsley's novel, The Water Babies, epitomises it because it suggests you could take a dirty boy off the street and transform him into a model gentleman through the cleansing power of water. It sums it up in the last lines. They say, "Meanwhile, do you learn your lessons and thank God that you have plenty of cold water to wash in, and wash in it too, like a true Englishman."
The Victorians were totally and utterly obsessed with being clean. For them, cleanliness was truly next to godliness. They were setting themselves against the 18th century, which was a time of dirt, which was a time in the upper classes that perfume was used to disguise dirt. The Victorians believed that a clean heart, a clean body, meant a clean soul.
It was this desire for cleanliness that would lead the Victorians to embrace a whole new range of potentially deadly innovations and products.
One of the rooms the Victorians can claim to have invented is the bathroom. And what surer sign of progress than a private room in which to carry out one's ablutions?
The bathroom really appears primarily because running water comes into the home for the first time. So if you can actually bring water into the home, it becomes more practical to have a room dedicated to its use.
Until the mid-Victorian period, hot tubs for bathing had stood next to the fire in the front room or kitchen, where water had to be warmed and poured into them.
This means that servants no longer have to be sort of traipsing up and down the back stairs carrying large amounts of water. And I think this is when the bathroom, as we know it, as a sort of separate, private, lockable space away from the rest of the house, really starts to take shape.
What the Victorians hated most of all was the idea of bodily fluids, the kind of smells they made, the kind of traces they left. They wanted to expunge them entirely from the body so that no one can smell the traces of these fluids that link you to the working classes.
And what happened in this private lockable space could be incredibly dangerous. I've come to Blaise Castle in Bristol to meet curator Catherine Littlejohns. I want to get some idea of the inventions available to the Victorians who sought to meet these new high standards of cleanliness.
Oh, wow. We're just going to look at some of the baths in the collection. I'm going to show you one of my favourite things. It's actually a gas-powered bath. So if we have a look at the underneath here, you can see where the gas went in at the front here, and then just around by you there's a little door, which is where you would light the gas.
Okay, so here you put in your lighted match or whatever.
Yeah.
Gosh, so that's actually ridiculously dangerous, isn't it? Doesn't it mean that you can boil yourself in your bath?
You very probably could do. The instructions, the guidance always says they're very careful to point out that you don't want to actually start turning the gas on until you've actually got some water in the bath, so you don't boil it dry. They don't really make a mention of making sure you don't get into the bath while the gas is on.
The desire to be clean meant that the bath's popularity outpaced any concern about the dangers, which were significant. The papers regularly reported cases of scalding so serious they resulted in death.
Gather tribute, earn my favor.
It wasn't until the invention of the thermostat, safe for gas, and its installation that these risks would be addressed. This new room, with its cutting-edge innovations, would bring even more killers into the home.
I think they were trying to understand the dangers of electricity and water and gas and all these new services coming into fairly small, confined areas without really understanding the dangers of how they actually interact with each other.
What could be better or more desirable than having a loo that flushed? But its introduction was not without problems. The first danger lay in the plumbing.
Early plumbing in Victorian houses, the sewer systems didn't efficiently drain away the waste.
Gases such as methane and hydrogen sulfide emanating from human waste would not be able to escape and would build up in the sewer.
Both of these gases are not only flammable, but they're also explosive.
What always used to happen was the sewerage outlet would get blocked and somebody would have to go and figure out how to clear it to get it to actually run away free. At the time, there wasn't electric batteries, torches and stuff like that, so the only way you could actually go and investigate it was unfortunately with a naked flame.
Not only could gas collect in the sewer, methane could actually leak back into the house itself.
It's quite a common occurrence, there's that outlets of toilets to spontaneously combust. And that was really where the drive towards improvements in drainage actually came from, because they needed to stop methane getting back into the houses.
And it was one of Britain's most famous inventors that helped put a stop to this potential killer with one small but crucial component.
Thomas Crapper, even though he gets a lot of good press about inventing the toilet, he actually invented the siphon valve, which is actually a water trap and a valve flap which actually stops methane coming back into the property, so it couldn't ignite. It didn't stop the problem down in the main sewers, but it stopped it actually affecting the people who lived in the house.
Not only were Victorian bodies subject to a new regime of washing and scrubbing, but what they put on them was too. Wealthy Victorians, both men and women, could change their clothes up to 5 times a day.
By the late Victorian period, laundry had become a huge operation because clothing was not simple. There was an extensive amount of clothing, even for a child, and certainly for a woman. She wore a lot of underclothing, a lot of linen, and these had to be changed regularly. The Victorian mistress had a constant battle against her greatest enemy, which was dirt.
The Victorian house could not escape the pollution of the time. In London, for instance, the manure of the 100,000 working horses, the pervasive smog, and the smoky gas lamps in the home all took their toll.
Victorian wash day was quite a mammoth task. I mean, you wash the clothes on the Monday, you dry them on the Tuesday, and you would be ironing them on the Wednesday, so a large part of your week would be taken up by the wash.
Doing the laundry was an expensive business and a major part of the household budget. For those who could afford it, a laundress could be hired in by the day. It was a military-style operation.
Every Victorian middle-class woman came to her marriage with great trunks full of white clothing, linen, and her big job throughout her marriage was keeping those just as brilliantly white. And what she used in this endeavour were soaps, disinfectants, and most of all, she used the mangle.
So I've just fed this in from the back here, and you just have to get it so that it's between the rollers.
Bringing out heavy fabrics sodden in boiling water became easier with the arrival of the mangle.
It's not too heavy because of the gear system, and of course this is dry, so if you were doing it with wet clothing...
But of course this brought its own perils.
But why is it so dangerous? I mean, it seems really quite solid.
I think it's probably like a lot of Victorian contraptions where, yes, it is very solid, but you've got kind of exposed gear wheels and things, and obviously you have to feed the clothing in. And what you have to remember is that the lady of the house, she would have been doing this with young children around. Her daughters would have been watching her because they needed to learn how to work these things, and often probably in quite a confined space.
Oh, the dangers of little fingers, I mean, you know.
Possibly.
The injuries incurred by wash day mangle accidents were horrific and sometimes fatal.
Oh, a mangle could do an awful lot of damage, particularly to a child, and of course it was typically children who would put their hand out of curiosity into the mangle. Obviously, the hand, the arm, and it typically was the upper limb that was caught, would be compressed and everything in it would be squashed, and a significant proportion would have fractures of the bones, as well as damage to the soft tissue. There was a shearing force where you were pulling the skin in opposite directions, and that could completely remove the skin from the hand and the arm and tear it all away to reveal the muscles and tendons underneath.
Mr. Barham, surgeon, found the child pale, pulseless, and partially paralysed, and with the parental bones on either side of his head smashed in.
The dangers of the mangle might seem obvious to us now, but our next hidden killer was impossible to see both then and now.
Things couldn't just look clean. The new science of germs and microbes was changing ideas of cleanliness, from tackling the visible to the invisible. Dangerous germs, they feared, could lurk hidden from sight and needed to be eradicated.
Until the late Victorian period, many believed that diseases were caused and carried by bad.
Hitachi ให้คุณส่งมอบความภูมิใจสู่ทุกเจเนอเรชันในอนาคตด้วยดีไซน์ที่มาพร้อมคุณภาพจากการสร้างสรรค์สุดพิเศษเราเลือกสรรทุกรายละเอียดพัฒนาอย่างต่อเนื่องและใส่ใจทุกความต้องการเพื่อให้คุณได้ใช้ชีวิตอย่างที่ตั้งใจ The Art of Ease Hitachi
Air. But with improvements in technology and the emergence of high-powered microscopes, bacteria began to be identified as the cause of disease. But this science was brand new and not easily understood by the general public.
There are various theories around the origins of disease at this point. They're quite confused about it. They've started to be aware of germ theory, but this isn't fully understood yet.
What they did understand was that there were microbes all around, invisible to the eye, but everywhere. And this made the Victorians disproportionately fearful and easily spooked.
Some mothers didn't want to kiss their children because they thought it would spread germs. So this is very real and comes up again and again in diaries. The fact that people were afraid of each other because of germs, which is a horrific thing when you think about it.
As this climate of fear
Listen, you want to learn how to build a business without my money or the banks or your parents? I'm talking about anyone's money.
In today's video, we're doing a deep dive into the substance LSD, commonly known as acid, and what it does to the human body. It's going to be a trip. Let's do this. It's important to start this video with a quick disclaimer. LSD is a Schedule I drug here in the United States, meaning that manufacturing, possessing, or distributing the drug is illegal unless you have a research license to do so. This video is meant for educational purposes, as well as furthering the conversation as it pertains to any potential therapeutic and legal usage for psychedelics, nothing else. Lysergic acid diethylamide, or LSD, was first synthesized in 1938 by the Swiss chemist Albert Hofmann. It was the 25th compound he had synthesized from the fungus ergot, which grows on rye, and he didn't believe it to be psychedelic at all. It wasn't until 5 years later that Hofmann accidentally dosed himself with the compound and discovered its psychedelic effects, which had to be a wild experience, even if it wasn't the most powerful or extreme trip in existence. I can only imagine that was not on his list of expectations for that day. You see, Hofmann had been researching potential medicinal aspects of ergot because ergot alkaloids have multiple effects on the cardiovascular and nervous systems of mammals, such as vasoconstriction and alterations in neurotransmission. Once Hofmann realized what LSD could do, he intentionally dosed himself again in 1943, although the dose was just a bit bigger than it needed to be. Dosages of LSD are measured in micrograms, which are millionths of a gram. There isn't any standardized dosage terminology for LSD, but you'll typically find certain ranges of doses based on how much can be physically present on a paper, sugar cube, or other means of consumption. Around 20 micrograms is seen to be the threshold dose, which means that's how much LSD you'd have to take in order to feel its effects. Anything under that dosage is called microdosing, and is something many believe to have significant potential in boosting creativity, productivity, and interpersonal relationships. Tech entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley made headlines years ago by openly stating that microdosing LSD and other psychedelics was becoming a norm in their workspace. However, meeting that 20 micrograms threshold doesn't necessarily mean that someone is going to feel the psychedelic effects of LSD. It usually requires between 25 to 50 micrograms of LSD in order for the visuals and other effects to begin. However, this is also dependent upon your body type, meaning larger individuals probably wouldn't see any psychedelic effects at this range, while smaller individuals would. Between 50 and 100 micrograms of LSD is largely considered to be a normal or standard dose of LSD. Regardless of your body type, this is where you'd be feeling the psychedelic aspects of the drug, although its intensity can still widely vary based upon your body type. Typically, doses in this range aren't overwhelming, but you wouldn't be considered sober. 100 to 150 micrograms is where most users begin to see strong visuals and start experiencing other effects, including, oftentimes, anxiety, meaning bad trips become more likely. But it's important to understand that dosage doesn't equate to bad trips. So just because someone took a large dose doesn't guarantee that they're going to have a bad trip. Anything beyond 150 micrograms is considered a large dose of LSD, but around the 400 to 500 range and even beyond is considered a heroic dose of the drug. Many users out there will consume LSD in the thousands of microgram range, and many will argue that psychedelics should only be consumed if it's in the heroic dosages, since this is where benefits are seen to be at their largest, especially when it comes to detaching from the ego. However, large doses of LSD are not something to take lightly and have been known to affect individuals for years afterwards in sufficiently large doses, oftentimes in undesirable ways. And in case you're wondering, Albert Hofmann took a dose of 250 micrograms in April 1943 and concluded that somewhere around 50 micrograms was likely the ideal dose. So you're probably curious to know, what can someone expect to experience with LSD? Speaking of curiosity, I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, CuriosityStream. Without doubt, CuriosityStream is one of my favorite sponsors that we have on this channel. I genuinely watch CuriosityStream all the time. CuriosityStream offers award-winning and original documentary films, shows, and series that you can't find anywhere else. With content spanning science, nature, history, technology, military history, music, food, and more, CuriosityStream is streaming heaven if you're a nerd like me. New content drops every single week, and with plans starting at under $5 a month, you can gain access to thousands of hours of high-quality documentaries and series. They have both monthly and annual plans available, which means you can choose the plan that works best for you and your budget. Currently, I'm in the midst of watching iHuman, which wonders what the future will look like as tech companies and governments lead the research and development of artificial intelligence. If you're someone who is curious about the intersection of humanity and technology, you'll absolutely love it. If you're interested, go to curiositystream.com/IOHA or scan the QR code for unlimited access to the world's top documentaries and nonfiction series. And for our fans, use promo code IOHA and you will save 25% off. You can find the link in the description below. LSD is an odorless and colorless substance that doesn't have much of a taste, if any at all. In fact, if the user tastes something bitter, that's a good indicator that the substance isn't LSD, but instead a fake form of it that can be extremely harmful to the body. LSD is initially synthesized in a crystal form and is extremely potent. In order to lower its strength, it's diluted into a liquid, and then droplets of the drug can be added to an absorbent paper or even sugar cubes. It can also be found in tablets, capsules, or liquid form. So based on this, you've probably figured out that LSD is mostly consumed orally, but it also can be injected intravenously. But depending on the method of consumption, it's important to know that LSD can actually be absorbed at multiple different spots in the digestive tract. If a liquid dropper or paper is used, LSD will primarily be absorbed through the mucosal membranes in the oral cavity, which means it'll get into circulation quicker than if swallowed by capsule or tablet form. If it is swallowed, LSD will be partially absorbed by the stomach, although most of it will be absorbed by the small intestine and brought towards the liver and body circulation. Historically, this is where things get cloudy for LSD, and that's because given its Schedule I status here in the United States, there hasn't been a ton of research detailing exactly what happens from here. However, Since 2015, multiple studies have been working to clear this up, and we're finally starting to get a clearer picture. In human beings, LSD is rapidly metabolized into several different metabolites, such as 2-oxo-3-hydroxy-LSD, or OH-LSD, and 6-norlysergic acid diethylamide, or NOR-LSD. It appears that enzymes in the liver, specifically monoamine oxidase enzymes, as well as multiple cytochrome P450 enzymes, are at least partially responsible for the breakdown. Interestingly, OH-LSD is the major urinary metabolite of LSD, and can also be detected in blood plasma. One study showed that 13% orally ingested LSD finds its way into the urine in the form of OH-LSD, which isn't believed to be psychedelic. That same study showed that only 1% of the orally ingested LSD remains LSD and is excreted into the urine by the kidneys. That means the other 86% of the ingested LSD is converted into various other metabolites, of which there are many. The goal now is to discover the entirety of the metabolites and what effect they each have on the body. But our current understanding suggests that most of the effects of LSD and its metabolites come from their relationship that they have with the various serotonin receptors throughout the body. Serotonin belongs to the class of monoamine neurotransmitters, along with dopamine, norepinephrine, and epinephrine. It's derived from the amino acid tryptophan and is produced in both the brain and digestive tract. Serotonin participates or even outright regulates a wide range of effects in the body, including appetite control, bone health,
Zed.com.
สวัสดีค่ะชื่อนันค่ะอายุ28ปีค่ะคุณหมอให้ความมั่นใจได้ดีว่าปลูกผมแล้วก็คือจะได้ผลลัพธ์ที่มันชัดเจนแล้วก็ดีจริงๆส่วนมากก็เป็นข้างหน้าค่ะสวัสดีค่ะชื่อนันค่ะอายุ28ปีค่ะก็ผมร่วงค่ะจากการคลอดลูกคนที่2ก็คือร่วงไม่หยุดเลยส่วนมากก็เป็นข้างหน้าค่ะปลูกผมครบ4เดือนแล้วค่ะคุณหมอตอนที่วิดีโอคอลมาปรึกษาคุณหมอค่ะว่าคุณหมอก็ให้คำตอบดีมากคือแบบว่าคุณหมอให้ความมั่นใจได้ดีว่าปลูกผมแล้วก็คือจะได้ผลลัพธ์ที่มันชัดเจนแล้วก็ดีจริงๆประทับใจค่ะขึ้นแน่นมากของนั้นก็คือไม่มีร่วงเลยค่ะก็ประทับใจมากเลยค่ะมาปรึกษาที่แรกแล้วก็ตัดสินใจทำทันทีเพราะว่าทุกคำถามที่ถามคุณหมอก็คือได้คำตอบที่ชัดเจนมาปลูกจริงๆก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกว่ามันจะมีตรงไหนที่แบบว่าไม่รู้สึกไม่ดีเลยค่ะในเรื่องของความสะอาดก็ทุกอย่างก็ดีหมดเลยค่ะนันปลูกผมด้วยเทคนิค Triple N นะคะเน้นปลูกแน่นแล้วก็มีความเป็นธรรมชาติค่ะแล้วก็พักฟื้นไม่นานค่ะแล้วก็ไม่เจ็บด้วยฝากติดตามด้วยนะคะคลินิกเวชกรรมเกษาใครที่มีปัญหาผมร่วงผมบางแล้วอยากเข้ามาปรึกษาคุณหมอก็ลองเข้ามาปรึกษาคุณหมอได้ค่ะ
blood clotting, sexual function, temperature regulation, digestion, social behavior, impulse control, learning, memory, as well as the regulation of sleep and mood. To influence or accomplish these effects, serotonin binds to numerous receptors in the body called the 5-HT receptors. These receptors are distributed all throughout the body, including multiple regions of the brain, blood platelets, the heart, lungs, multiple tissues of the digestive tract. LSD and its metabolites are known to bind to and activate several of these receptors. In some cases, they are partial agonists, and in other cases, they are full agonists. The difference here is that partial agonists don't have a full effect at the receptor site, while full agonists obviously do, based on their name. And current research suggests that the primary target for LSD, at least in regards to the psychedelic effects of LSD, is going to be what's known as the 5-HT2A receptor, where LSD is a partial agonist. 5-HT2A receptors are found in multiple locations in the brain, but are especially dense in regions associated with learning and cognition, which includes the entirety of the cerebral cortex, as well as the hypothalamus and amygdala of the limbic system. This is important to understanding LSD because these regions are essentially responsible for the human experience. The amygdala plays a role in memory, decision-making, and is responsible for negative emotions. The occipital cortex is responsible for visual processing. The temporal cortex is responsible for auditory processing. The frontal cortex is responsible for motor control, rationality, empathy, and more. However, LSD and its metabolites have been shown to bind to more than just serotonin receptors, but also dopamine, histamine, adrenergic, and even opioid receptors. So while plenty of science still needs to be done in order to properly understand how manipulating these receptors creates the characteristic effects of LSD, it's not all that surprising given the location and distribution of these receptors that we see the effects that we do. So again, what are these effects? First up, let's discuss some of the cognitive effects of LSD, beginning with visual hallucinations. These include seeing shapes, colors, and emotions that are not really there and are often more vivid with the eyes closed. Then there's something called synesthesia, which is the blending of the senses. So sounds may be seen or colors may be heard. While the full mechanism of how LSD influences synesthesia is still being explored, it's likely a product of those serotonin receptors being activated in such a way that regions of the brain that don't normally communicate, or if they do, they communicate more subtly, are now cross-talking with each other in unique ways. It's also thought that LSD can influence the amount of sensory stimuli being processed, causing the brain to be flooded with information that it would normally filter out. You'll also see enhanced pattern recognition with LSD consumption, as well as a loss of ego and boundaries at higher doses. Physically, dilated pupils, nausea, sweating, and muscle weakness are all common, although the dose heavily influences this. So what about the harmful effects of LSD? Every bit of data we have available to us suggests that overdosing on LSD is technically possible, but practically impossible. People have consumed an incredible amount of LSD and physically are fine about 24 to 48 hours afterwards, and that's at maximum. This is because LSD only lasts in the body for about 12 hours or so. Higher doses means more receptors are being taken up by the LSD and its metabolites, but again, the LSD can only last so long in the body, but that doesn't mean that higher doses are a pleasant experience. Nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, increased heart rate, and more have all been shown to occur with LSD consumption. LSD is detectable in the urine for up to 4 days afterwards and up to 12 hours or so through the bloodstream. The psychological effects of LSD, however, can last a long time, and arguably this is the reason LSD is consumed for many people. It's to have these psychological effects. But it's important to understand that this isn't a ride that you can choose to stop whenever you want. An improper environment or reason for consumption, such as partying, can lead to dangerous decisions. Panic, aggression, and depression are all possible. If the user is having a bad trip, they can become hyper-focused on death and even feel as though they are physically dying. For some people, though, that's the entire point. Like, that's the entire point. Or at least to encounter that and then overcome it. But still, though, like, where you physically are after consuming the LSD and where that's happening is not a small matter. On top of that, for some, the psychological impact of an LSD trip can last for months or even years, again depending on the dose and the overall environment. For some people, psychosis is a legitimate possibility with a sufficient dose or an improper environment. Look, this is a powerful substance. It significantly alters the perception of reality. To assume that everything is going to be okay just because you can't physically overdose and die from it, honestly, that's reckless. Now, this may sound strange, but for the same reasons that LSD can be harmful, it can also be beneficial given the correct dosage and circumstances for consumption. psychedelics as a whole are in the midst of a needed re-evaluation and overall revolution. While LSD isn't getting the same attention as, say, ketamine or psilocybin in regards to treating psychological conditions, the data does suggest it has real potential if done correctly. Is that potential, greater than ketamine or psilocybin, or is it the same as them? I couldn't tell you, but that doesn't mean that it has no benefit. And again, it's a Schedule I drug here in the United States. So we at the Institute of Human Anatomy are not out here advocating for people to just go out and consume the product. Instead, we're hoping there will be more research done on LSD to determine the efficacy in regards to treating psychological conditions such as PTSD and pain. Thanks for watching, everyone. Be sure to click the link in the description below and get 25% off and limited access to Curiosity Stream today. If you enjoyed the video, consider giving it a thumbs up, and I'll see you in the next one.
Technicians will analyze its combat data. Very good.
Fortune to the just.
Weather, one of the most astonishing forces on Earth, capable of both devastating power and spectacular beauty. Wherever you live on the planet, weather shapes your world. Yet for most of us, how it works is a mystery. To really understand weather, you have to get inside it. So I'm going to strip weather back to basics.
All in the name of science.
Uncovering its secrets in a series of brave, ambitious, and sometimes just plain unlikely experiments.
Well, it certainly feels like a dust storm from here.
To show you weather like you've never seen it before. There is a powerful, invisible force that moves around us, almost unnoticed. A force that drives almost all the extreme weather on our planet. That force is wind. In this program, I'll discover how wind creates that extreme weather, what it's capable of, and just how fast it can go. Along the way, I'll attempt to measure the speed of a tornado right next to the ground.
Oh, that's huge!
I'll create a whirlwind made of fire to discover how a wind becomes a spinning wind. And I'll become one of the few people in history to deliberately walk into the middle of a twister.
I'm going in!
This is said to be the place with the worst weather in the world. A place so forbidding that only the fearless or the foolhardy would want to experience it. So, hazard a guess where we're starting. This is Mount Washington, in the unlikely location of New Hampshire, USA. You wouldn't expect extreme weather to be found in New England. But on April 12th, 1934, Mount Washington Weather Station measured one of the fastest wind speeds ever recorded on land. 231 miles an hour. In fact, winds here hit hurricane force more than 100 days a year. Now, bear that in mind during the next couple of minutes. Because I'm about to take a little walk outside. Okay, just popping out, which is, it turns out, quite a chore out here. I can not only hear the wind around this building, I can feel it. The whole place is vibrating. Oh no, I've forgotten my goggles. This is doing it in the wrong order, and just right, your eyeballs can freeze. Any exposed skin, you have frostbite on it within 2 or 3 minutes. Right, that's my best hat. I won't get cold with that on. This is to stop my nose falling off, which would be bad because I'd never be able to wear sunglasses again when I want to. Liner gloves.
Let me help you.
Okay. Obviously, I am now obliged by law to say I'm going outside. I might be some time. I mean, that's how cold it is indoors.
Excellent.
At this point, I think I should try and give you some idea of what I might be in for, with a small demonstration. The lightest wind you can feel on your face is about 5 miles an hour. Enough to rustle this newspaper. 15 miles an hour, and your umbrella gives up the ghost.
ในส่วนของหมอนนะคะก็เป็นอีกอย่างที่สำคัญมากๆนะคะหมอนของพี่หลุยนะคะจะเป็นรุ่น Cool Craft นะคะไซส์ S นะคะเป็นหมอนที่เหมาะกับสรีระศาสตร์สำหรับการนอนหงายโดยเฉพาะนุ่มสบายสุดๆนะคะโดยเฉพาะสัมผัสบนหมอนนะคะนอนแล้วแบบหลับลึกหลับจริงหลับแบบฝันจริงๆแบบสบายมากๆเลยทุกคนส่วนของเนียมนะคะเป็นหมอนรุ่น Cool Comfort Calm นะคะหรือหมอนตัว U นั่นเองทุกคนจะเห็นได้ว่าหมอนอันนี้นะคะเป็นทรงตัว U สามารถทำให้เรานั่งได้หลายแบบนะคะไม่ว่าจะนั่งดูทีวีแบบนี้ก็สามารถเอนแบบที่หลังได้เพราะว่าเนี่ยชอบดูซีรีส์หรือว่าจะนอนลงไปเป็นหมอนเลยแบบนี้แล้วก็มีตรงนี้มาเกาะข้างๆแบบนี้ก็ดีเช่นเดียวกันทุกคนตอบโจทย์เนี้ยมากๆนะคะสำหรับการใช้งานหมอนตัวนี้คือแฮปปี้มากเลิฟมาก
25 miles an hour can cause a deck chair to set sail. Followed at 30 miles an hour by your garden furniture. 45 and all hell starts to break loose. Seemingly rigid structures suddenly make a break for it. And at 55 miles an hour, even small buildings are on the move. So why am I telling you all this? Because on Mount Washington, it's currently 65. With gusts reaching a staggering 85 miles an hour. Believe it or not, I'm actually sheltered at the moment. There's hardly any wind right here because I'm in the lee of the building. It starts about 6 feet that way, and then there's a lot of it. And the only way to demonstrate that is I'm gonna go and stand in it. And for reasons best known to themselves, Brendan and Sean on camera and sound have decided to come with me because they're idiots. So, here we go. Right, walking, not windy, not windy, not windy. Oh, getting windy! Getting windy! Oh,
fastest wind speeds ever recorded by a man. 231 miles an hour. How must that feel? I'd be gone. They do a calculation around these parts where you take your weight in pounds. I don't know what I am, it's about 150, 160. Halve it, that's the wind speed at which you're going to get into trouble. Which is about this wind speed. There are 3 major storm systems that meet right here. Sort of long-distance weather patterns. And that corner behind me is the most exposed place, which should make that the windiest spot on this whole mountain.
But lots of places have storm systems. Why is it here that's so windy?
Don't worry about this. They said it was just a precaution. So, take my hat, the one that caused this in the first place. Let's pretend this is Mount Washington. This desk fan is the wind. And we can see the wind hitting the top of the mountain. Mount Washington is the highest thing for miles around. So although there are hills here and a town here, ski resort there, they make no difference to the wind hitting Mount Washington. They're not high enough as obstacles to block it or disrupt its flow, so any wind there is will hit the top of the mountain. But there is another reason why it's so windy up there, and it's complicated enough to demand a clipboard. All of our weather happens in the troposphere, the first 11 miles or so of our atmosphere. And the top of that layer acts as a sort of ceiling. You know what it's like when you squeeze the end of a garden hose and the water comes out more powerfully, more quickly, because it's squeezed through a narrower gap? It's exactly the same here. It's a precaution. The wind is forced through the gap between the top of the mountain and the top of the troposphere. That's a narrower gap, so it speeds up. And that's why
it always tends to be windy at the top of a hill. So wind is just air rushing from one place to another, speeding up as it goes through narrow gaps, slowing down as it hits obstacles. There are winds near the ground that blow locally, and ones high in the air that can blow long distances. And that is information you can use to your advantage.
Right, here's how to amaze your friends. First, stand with the wind at your back. Then you're looking for clouds. If those clouds are moving overhead, directly away from you, or directly towards you, or they're stationary, then the weather is going to stay broadly the same. If they're moving from left to right, it's going to get worse. If they're moving from right to left, it's going to improve.
So, right to left, better. Left to right, worse. Straight down the middle, stays the same. As long as you have your back to the wind.
Unless you're in the southern hemisphere, in which case you reverse that bit. Brilliant, isn't it? Really clever. I mean, it's not 100% foolproof because weather's really complicated, but it works more often than not. And that's about as much as you can say of any form of weather forecasting, isn't it?
And the clouds must have been travelling right to left up on Mount Washington. Because the next morning, is truly spectacular. Unusually for this time of year, the cloud lifts and the wind subsides. Slightly. And I venture